Chapter 86. The entire empire of Yutong was boiling with excitement. The 9 Supremes had manifested themselves and defeated the enemy. This was a story with a strong sense of legend, but when it was narrated vividly by the mouths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield, only God knew how much shock it would cause. 3,000 miles of haste, the good news was relayed on horseback. Along the way, the empire of Yutong was bombarded by the news in just 7 to 8 days. After a great victory on the battlefield, the country was protected, the strong enemy had retreated, and the country was safe. It was in such a war that the legend of the 9 Supremes was born. In the tea house. Did you know? The 9 Supremes Lords have appeared again. I only know that the 9 Supremes Lords have shown themselves and repelled Dongxuan's army. That's right, that's right. One fire burned Dongxuan's 1,000,000 soldiers. It's so satisfying to have the continent's top general, God Han Sanhe, return in defeat. It's all thanks to the 9 Supremes Lords, or else, I knew that good people would be rewarded. The 9 Supremes Lords are definitely not dead. It's said that it's dead. This time, it's a manifestation. Someone said hesitantly. Suddenly, the lively atmosphere became stagnant. A few of them turned to look at the fellow who claimed that the 9 Supremes were dead with unfriendly expressions. He panicked. I didn't mean it that way, then what do you mean? Someone shouted sternly. How dare you say that the 9 lords are dead? Brothers, kill him. A group of people swarmed forward. Shut up if you don't know how to speak. F***ck your mother, even if your entire family dies, the 9 Supremes Lords won't die. Spare me, the whole nation was in jubilation. Tai Zheng's notebook was filled with a thick stack of words. I am guilty. I almost lost the battle, Your Majesty, please punish me, I have something to say. In this battle, I saw the remnants of the army join the battle of their own accord. They fought with their lives on the line. I am deeply moved by this. On behalf of 300,000 soldiers, I ask for merit for the remnants of the army. I implore Your Majesty to give them a generous pension and bestow them with honor. Of the 100,000 cavalrymen, 37,500 died in battle. Of the 300,000 soldiers, there are now more than 200,000 left. Our soldiers should bleed and sacrifice their lives, but the remnant soldiers volunteered to fight. The entire nation gathered 83,000 remnant soldiers, and 27,360 died in battle. No one was injured. I am ashamed. In the face of such casualties, I am ashamed to show my face. Half of Tai Zheng's petition was an apology. Half of it was to ask for credit. He was asking for forgiveness for himself and asking for credit for the wounded army. However, there was no mention of the 2 words 9 Supremes in the entire book. Morning court session. His Majesty read aloud in the middle of the hall. Yutong has so many passionate warriors. With such citizens, what does Yutong have to fear? It's just that, in the past, it was I who mistreated these meritorious ministers. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan and Leng Daoyin stepped out at the same time. War broke out at the borders, and our army was in a precarious situation. Disabled and retired soldiers volunteered to join the battle, and there were those everywhere. In fact, a few days after the war ended, on the road, there were even people who spontaneously formed teams to join the battle. Valiant loyalty, righteous passion, the soul of Yutong's army. This old subject also has a collective petition from the remaining soldiers. Please pass it to His Majesty. Qiu Jianhan said. Read. The king's face was flushed with excitement. He said loudly, read it. Read it to all the civil and military officials. Let them remember it and teach the officials at all levels how to be good parents. Yes, Your Majesty. The old marshal acknowledged and took out a letter from his bosom. When he opened it and glanced at it, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, his burly body trembled, and his tiger eyes instantly turned red. Only a few words. The old marshal's voice was trembling. Long live your majesty. This subject is blessed to see his majesty's face. As soldiers of the army, we only regret our incompetence and disability on the battlefield. We can no longer bathe in blood on the battlefield with our comrades and contribute to the nation. We are ashamed to receive your majesty's annual pension. Now that the nation is in danger, we killed the enemy on our own accord. It is our duty, we do not ask for any reward. Once the war is over, we will disarm and return to the countryside. We beg your majesty in death. The brothers who perished in this war have wives and children at home. Please, your majesty, be merciful and compensate them generously. Our wish is fulfilled, we have nothing else to ask for. As men of the army, our hearts are filled with passion. Whenever the country needs us, we shall fight on the battlefield again. It was obvious that the letter from the remnant army's representative had been embellished, but the letter was not particularly well written. The wording was average, even a little incoherent. There was no literary flair to speak of. However, the vast loyalty and hot-bloodedness in it were vividly displayed. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan read it without changing a single word. The entire imperial court was silent. Good, good, good. After a long time, His Majesty praised them thrice with hot tears in his eyes. These are my people. These are Yutong's children. I am deeply gratified and deeply touched. If I don't commend them for their bravery and loyalty, before His Majesty could finish, the old marshal apologized, Your Majesty, please don't be angry. This old official has something to say. These remnant soldiers have returned home after the war ended. Now that they are scattered, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to gather again. It was extremely rude to interrupt the emperor's speech. However, old Marshal Qiu had to say it because if His Majesty were to mention commendation or something else, such as the need for a ceremony, then it would be difficult for them to gather. It would become an awkward matter instead. His Majesty was rather disappointed. Won't I be mistreating my meritorious subjects? Leng Daoyin heaved a long sigh beside him and said, This official can guess what these old brothers are thinking. They don't think that they've contributed much, but they think that all of this is how it should be. Besides, they feel sorry for their brothers who went out with them but didn't come back with them. Leng Daoyin heaved a long sigh. Your Majesty, those who have survived the war will feel that being alive is the greatest gift from God. No matter how bad it is, no matter how difficult life is, it's still much better and happier than those brothers who are lying on the battlefield. Old Marshal Qiu understood the sentiment as well. Sigh. His Majesty heaved a long sigh. If so, the 27,360 veterans who died in the war shall be compensated heavily. His Majesty said solemnly, 10 taels of gold for each family. Their children shall be subsidized in school. Also, this sum of compensation must be monitored properly. If there's any embezzler. His Majesty's voice was stern. 9 familial extermination. After the court session ended, everyone dispersed. However, old Marshal Qiu was kept behind by His Majesty. His Majesty was rather impatient. Is there any news? Qiu Jianhan shook his head. No. No? His Majesty looked at old Marshal Qiu suspiciously. Didn't Taizheng tell you? Old Marshal Qiu chuckled humorlessly. The letter is here. He took it out from his robe and passed it to His Majesty. This. His Majesty read it carefully and his eyes widened in disbelief. Taizheng, he said it too, manifested. Old Marshal Qiu's expression darkened, not knowing what to say. Bastard! His Majesty could no longer hold it in as he roared, stomping his feet. Do you believe it? Old Marshal Qiu pursed his lips. I don't believe it either. Then, Who is Taizheng trying to fool? His Majesty was furious. Am I that muddle-headed? Manifested? Taizheng must be muddle-headed. Call him back for this emperor. I want to punish him severely. Hold on, Your Majesty. Old Marshal Qiu stopped him quickly and said after some deliberation, this old official can understand Taizheng's thoughts. Besides, it's indeed more appropriate to say that he manifested his spirit now. His Majesty was panting, but he finally started to think. He was not stupid after all, he was just concerned and confused. Now that Qiu Jianhan had pointed it out, he understood immediately. The 9 Supremes have always acted in unison, but this time, only Supreme Wind and Flame have appeared. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan's expression was grim. Besides, Taizheng's secret letter said that he felt that the abilities displayed by Supreme Wind and Flame were much weaker than before. His Majesty's expression darkened. The battle at Tianxian Cliff must be true. Even if the 9 Supremes were lucky to have survived, the others. I'm afraid, as for the damage to their abilities, it's to be expected. If so, there are too many uncertainties in the battle at Tianxian Cliff. Old Marshal Qiu deliberated and said word by word, why don't we confirm this news as a manifestation, and then, and so on. This way, the country can be at peace and the enemy can be numb. In addition, the empires will definitely be suspicious and won't dare to attack. This will give us a chance to breathe. The crisis of the 9 Supremes, let's not talk about the foreign and martial world, but the traitors in the imperial court and even the social classes must be found. Otherwise, there'll be endless trouble. If they can create Tianxian Cliff, can't they do it again? If that's the case, then it'll really be a catastrophe. Old Marshal Qiu tried his best to persuade him. As for Taizheng, there are many things to be done at the Fortress of Resilience now. Let him tidy things up there first. When the external affairs are settled, the reconstruction of the Fortress of Resilience is completed, and Dongshuan's external threat has been confirmed, then we can summon Taizheng to the capital and let him report in detail to His Majesty. It won't be too late. By then, if His Majesty wants to punish this child, it'll only take a single word from him, Old Marshal Qiu said. That makes sense. However, Taizheng has a request, Old Marshal Qiu said. What request? His Majesty asked. He wants a grand wedding and to invite all the brothers in the military to his wedding wine, including the fallen soldiers. Old Marshal Qiu's expression was grim as he recounted the entire incident in detail. He sighed and said, "This," His Majesty grinned. "Does Taizheng have so much money to treat so many people to wine?" Old Marshal Qiu coughed but did not speak. Treating hundreds of thousands of troops and brothers who had died in battle to a drink, it was an astronomical figure. "I will pay for it." His Majesty gritted his teeth. Although the national treasury is empty, the money for the wine must be paid. Old Marshal Qiu sighed, hesitating to speak. The nation's money had been spent on the military and on the bereaved families of the deceased. His Majesty had never been lenient in this regard. However, the nation was truly out of money now. The money for the wine would be an astronomical figure. If it were to be spent, it might cause another commotion or even impeachment. The emperor would then face immense pressure. The people were already in dire straits. You're spending so much money to buy wine and pour it on the graves. However, if you don't spend it, are you not going to fulfill the last wishes of tens of thousands of heroes who have died, and such an insignificant wish at that? They only want to drink a cup of the marshal's wedding wine. The old marshal thought that it was not easy for His Majesty. His Majesty paced and suddenly lowered his voice. "Old Qiu, you said that Supreme Wind and Flame are still alive. Is this true?" Qiu Jianhan was exasperated. "I've made it clear just now, it's best that we don't talk about this anymore." "Why are you?" This old official feels that, it's similar yet not. Qiu Jianhan hesitated. His Majesty grew more and more excited. Then, if Supreme Wind and Flame are still alive, do you think that the other Supremes might still be alive as well? The old Marshal's eyes widened. Aren't you thinking too much? Even if it's these two, it's hard to tell if it's true or not, then, my child. The king was full of hope. Is he still? At this point, his eyes lit up. He's still alive? Old Marshal Xiao felt like he was going crazy. Perhaps there was a 10 to 20% chance that someone else was still alive, but it was impossible for Supreme Earth. If Supreme Earth was still alive, even if he only had one breath left, the first person to know about it would be His Majesty the Emperor. It's a little uncertain. The old Marshal was honest. His Majesty's eyes widened, rage surging within him. How dare you, Qiu Jianhan? How dare you deceive the Emperor? The old Marshal was speechless. When did this old man deceive the Emperor? Even if you're the Emperor, you can't just accuse me of a crime. Chapter 87. This old official is innocent. Qiu Jianhan was speechless. This old official has never lied to your Majesty. Your Majesty, this old official dares not accept this accusation. Old thing. You still refuse to admit your guilt? His Majesty was obviously exasperated. Witness and material evidence are here. Qiu Jianhan was confused. Humph. A secret letter. A secret letter. His Majesty stretched a hand under the old Marshal's nose. Give it to me. Show it to me. Not giving it to me is a crime of deceiving the Emperor. What secret letter? A secret letter from Tai Zheng to you. You said it yourself just now. His Majesty's expression was ferocious with pride. I knew that you two master and disciple were in cahoots. Deceiving the Emperor. The old Marshal recalled what he had said just now. Tai Zheng's secret letter said that he felt that Supreme Wind and Flame's abilities were much weaker than before. However, there was no mention of this in the report to His Majesty. His expression turned bitter. Gosh, the Emperor and his official were fooling around. His Majesty knew that he had been indulging in fantasy just now. He sighed and said, Old Qiu, what is that child from the Yun family doing now? Old Marshal Qiu said, I heard that he hasn't left the house for months, only keeping a cat at home. Keeping a cat. His Majesty was exasperated. This bastard. Old Marshal Qiu pursed his lips. After the meeting that day, His Majesty had left in disappointment, but he had sent a secret order, pay close attention to Yun Yang. For this matter, the old Marshal had sent out 30 secret agents from the Board of War. The entire residence of Marquis Yun could be said to be watertight in all directions. All the movements were under his watch. Is the residence of Yun still as quiet as before? His Majesty asked. It's all right. The old Marshal chuckled humorlessly. That steward of his was originally an expert, but recently, he seemed to have a breakthrough and become stronger. And this little fellow, I don't know where, recruited another expert who's even stronger than that housekeeper. I heard that it was the mystical beast battle back then. Qiu Jianhan had already investigated this matter. After explaining it to the Emperor, even the Emperor felt that it was a little strange. Randomly picked up a person? An expert? And from then on, you're dead set on me? His Majesty smacked his lips. Such a simple-minded and loyal man. Why can't I find him? The old Marshal looked up at the sky. Almost 2 months ago, Marquis Yun entered the palace. We talked for a while. His Majesty chuckled, but there was a flash of complicated light in his eyes. I have a question for him. You have been unmarried for so many years. When did you get such a big son? Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan was immediately intrigued. What did Marquis Yun say? This is the 6th time I've asked him this question, His Majesty said. Before, he always told me not to get involved in these things. But this time, his story changed. He said, "He won't rebel anyway, so what's the point of asking?" The king smiled bitterly. The corners of old Marshal Qiu's lips twitched. There was actually someone who spoke like that. However, this makes me understand. His Majesty said faintly, "Yun Yang is not Marquis Yun's biological son." Old Marshal Qiu wanted to ask, "What does this have to do with you? Why are you so concerned?" Then, he recalled that this matter really had something to do with His Majesty. If Yun Yang was Marquis Yun's biological son, he would be of royal blood. Luckily, he wasn't. Old Marshal Qiu was relieved. His Majesty said, "It's always good to be careful. I have a feeling that the child is not as simple as he seems." His Majesty frowned. "I also feel that the child is not as simple as he seems." The old marshal frowned as well. Both the emperor and his officials seemed to be deep in thought. The Nine Supremes' manifestation this time. His Majesty snorted, obviously displeased with the word manifestation. He said, "This child hasn't moved, has he?" Qiu Jianhan shook his head. "He hasn't moved at all." Great young Master Yun, whom old Marshal Qiu had said was motionless, was indeed motionless now. At this moment, he was lying weakly on his own bed. His face was pale, and his cheeks were sunken in. He looked like a skeleton. Yun Yang was utterly exhausted during this period of time. His mental and physical strength were completely drained. It had been 50 consecutive days. Yun Yang had barely closed his eyes. The mystique wind conjuration was easy to cultivate, wind and cloud were one. Yun Yang had only spent 10 days in the residence of 9 Supremes to open Supreme Wind's door. He had obtained the art of Crimson Sky. However, when he returned home with the art of Crimson Sky, he had Emmy's full help, 2 pearls of Flood Dragon, a sea of fine jade's air essence, and Emmy's own air of vitality. He had only managed to cultivate it after 8 days. Only then could he open 7th Brother Supreme Blood's room. He had obtained 6th Brother's Thunder Crash spell, but the cultivation of the Thunder Crash spell was much more difficult than the art of Crimson Sky. Yun Yang had cultivated the first stage without sleep or rest for 12 days, opened 6th Brother's room, and obtained 5th Brother's Fiery Charm. Only then did he truly begin to cultivate in the dark. The battle reports from the front line were like snowflakes. Tai Zheng was obviously not Han Sanhe's opponent. Han Sanhe's military tactics were superb, already at the pinnacle of the world. Although Tai Zheng was also a peerless general, he was still far from being comparable to the god of war. There was no telling when he would be defeated. Yun Yang had to cultivate the first 3 stages of Mystique Wind Conjuration and Fiery Charm before Tai Zheng's army was defeated. This was the bare minimum. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he went to the battlefield. During that period of time, Yun Yang cultivated like a madman. Emmy was constantly squeezed by him, almost going on strike. The energy of the 2 pearls of Flood Dragon was almost depleted. It was only after 1.5 months that Yun Yang finally broke through to the 3rd stage of Fiery Charm. He left his cultivation immediately and rushed to the battlefield. He had finally arrived at the critical moment. After that, he ran back through the night. When he reached home, he laid on the bed for a few days but was still weak. The exhaustion this time made Yun Yang feel like he was on the verge of dying at any moment. However, seeing the army celebrating in high spirits, the citizens cheering along the way, and the countless remaining soldiers returning in high spirits, Yun Yang still felt it. Worth it. Worth it. Especially when he saw Tiantong's remaining soldiers scatter outside the city yesterday, running back to their families and crying tears of joy. Countless joyous laughter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Countless elders' wrinkled faces had been filled with worry, but when they saw their loved ones returning, they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing these fearless men laughing heartily and raising their children high up in the air, the family seemed to be in a happy and harmonious mood. This is what I want to protect. Yunyang lay on his bed, recalling these scenes, a genuine smile on his face. He was very happy. This was the first time Yunyang felt the sense of fulfillment he felt after what had happened to his brothers. In life, there are things that one shouldn't do and things that one must do. A man is a hero if he does what he has the ability to do. He is a sinner if he doesn't do what he has the ability to do. This is my country. This is my family. I only want to have a clear conscience, that's enough. But I feel even more lonely now. After the war, the empire of Yutong had finally entered a period of quiet peace. Yunyang had stopped for a period of time as well. He had no other choice. The 10,000 miles raid had exhausted him continuously, forcefully using mystique wind conjuration and fiery charms power that could only be unleashed at the pinnacle of the third or even fourth stage. He laid on the bed weakly for more than half a month before he recovered a little. When he could finally get off the bed, his legs felt like they were floating. Lao Mei and Fang Mafei were perplexed. Their young master's behavior during this period of time was too strange. There was an inexplicable atmosphere of a breakthrough, but it kept repeating itself. There were more than a dozen consecutive breakthroughs, then there was a period of peace before he suddenly became so weak. Both of them could not figure out what was going on, no matter how hard they thought. Even Yunyang himself did not expect the consequences of his desperate attempt would be so severe. For the worst few days, he could not use mystical qi, he could not even move a finger. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan had been deeply troubled during the time Yunyang was lying on the bed. After the old marshal and his majesty had finished talking and returned home, he realized that the atmosphere was strange. After a few days, the feeling grew stranger. No matter where he went, there was always the feeling that someone was watching him. The situation was getting more and more serious. The old marshal could clearly feel that these gazes bore no malice. No murderous intent. What was going on? In the capital city, there was only one organization that could do this without malice, the Nine Heavens Dictum. But why is the Nine Heavens Dictum paying so much attention to me? The situation had suddenly disappeared one morning after 10 days. Everything had returned to normal. It was as if the inexplicable gazes were old Marshal Qiu's own speculation. None of this had happened. Old Marshal Qiu knew it, but he did not take any action. In spite of this, he was sure of one thing: there must still be someone alive in the Nine Supremes. War was obviously out of his league, so the Nine Heavens Dictum was very nervous at this time. Perhaps the Nine Heavens Dictum did not know which of their bosses had made a move and wanted to see his reaction. The conclusion made the old marshal very happy. Although it was not a good feeling to be watched, the old marshal would pour himself a cup of wine almost every night in high spirits and sigh in contentment. Although he did not know who was still alive. As long as someone was still alive, this old man would be satisfied. Although Yunyang could move now, he was still very weak. It was impossible for him to continue fighting the Four Seasons Tower. Therefore, he still stayed at home. He did not go out. However, one morning, the residents of Yun suddenly received an invitation. It was an invitation from Cirrus House. Yun Zuyu had invited young Master Yun to Cirrus House, saying that there was a new song and dance that she wanted young Master Yun to take a look. When Lao Mei passed the invitation to Yun Yang, he could clearly see the momentary fear on Yun Yang's haggard face. It was an instinctive desire to escape. "I will be there on time," Yun Yang said with his eyes closed. Cirrus House. When Yun Yang arrived, he was pulled by Yun Zuyu for a private talk. In Yun Zuyu's most secret chamber, "It's him. Is it him? Did he do it?" Yun Zuyu's face was glowing. The light in her eyes was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. She was filled with hope and vitality. She was filled with longing. Supreme wind and flame helped in the battle. "Isn't it? Isn't it? Yun Zuyu's face was flushed with excitement. Tears streamed down her face as she smiled, crying tears of joy. He is all right, thank God, thank God. Yun Yang was completely stunned. Looking at Yun Zuyu's ecstasy, he felt like his throat was choked. Chapter 88. When Yun Yang had planned to do so, when he was using the identity of the 9 Supremes to quell the war, he had only been thinking of his responsibility, his brother's responsibility. To protect this country, to protect the people of his country, to not suffer from the pain of war. However, when he saw Yun Zuyu's invitation, Yun Yang finally regretted it. What he had done had undoubtedly indicated a fact: Supreme Flame was not dead. This was equivalent to him personally giving Yun Zuyu a dream that could never be realized. He had given her a hope that would forever be lost and hopeless. To Yun Zuyu, this was an incomparably cruel thing. It was even crueler than Supreme Flame's sacrifice. Initially, perhaps Yun Zuyu still had the possibility to extinguish this thought, to forget this emotion and start afresh. However, after this incident, there was no longer any possibility. This was because, in Yun Zuyu's heart, or perhaps in the hearts of the entire empire of Yutong's people, Supreme Flame was not dead. Since he was not dead, how could Yun Zuyu forget? How could she start afresh? She would only wait anxiously and watch over him with more and more passion. Looking at Yun Zuyu's behavior now, Yun Yang completely understood this. She had gone mad with joy. Young brother. Yun Zuyu's eyes were shining. Where is he? Where is he? Tell me. I beg you. Yun Yang looked at her helplessly. Please tell me. Yun Zuyu said anxiously, he has already come out to fight. He is no longer hiding it. Are you still not going to tell me? Yun Yang looked at her helplessly and could only say mechanically, I don't know. Yun Zuyu took 2 steps back in disappointment. Looking at Yun Yang, her fervent gaze gradually calmed down. It was like a burning flame that was slowly shrinking until it cooled down. Are you really? Flame's brother? Yun Zuyu looked at Yun Yang coldly. Hearing the news that they are still alive, hearing that they are still fighting, aren't you excited at all? Yun Yang heaved a long sigh. Sister Yu, can I ask you something? Yun Yang asked. What is it? Yun Zuyu's gaze was still cautious. Do you think it is better for a person to live with a dream? Is it better to live in a dream forever? Or... Before Yun Yang could finish, he was interrupted by Yun Zuyu. She said coldly, this question is ridiculous. What's the point of living if one doesn't even have a dream? Especially a woman, if she doesn't even have dreams, then, what's the point of living? If a woman doesn't even have a dream, what's the point of living? Yun Yang muttered in his heart. Finally, she sighed softly and said, Sister Yu, you're right. When I heard that they were fighting, I was not happy at all. In fact, I was very unhappy. Yun Zuyu's expression changed as she looked at him coldly. What do you mean? Yun Yang sighed softly, Sister Yu, you might not know what kind of price you have to pay for this battle. Yun Zuyu's expression tensed. What is it? He instantly tensed up. He could only take it one step at a time. Yun Yang made up his mind and hesitated no longer. He said, after they were injured, there was no news of them for a whole year. It might be an exaggeration to say that they were struggling at death's door, but it's not an exaggeration to say that they were at the end of their rope. Now that the country is in danger, they have to act. In this battle, what they have to pay is not only the potential of their lives. Yun Zuyu's expression changed drastically. Especially when the bosses had successfully escaped the attention of the whole world with their deaths, but this battle has immediately made them the target of public criticism. Yun Yang looked at Yun Zuyu and asked, why should I be happy? Yun Zuyu's mind was in a whirl. She paced around in a fluster and said fearfully, that's right, why didn't I think of this? Now, they are really, even more dangerous than before. Yun Yang's heart throbbed in pain as he said, now, it's really a critical period. I'm hiding at home now, I don't go out under normal circumstances. Yun Zuyu said apologetically, young brother, I'm sorry. Sigh, your sister Yu is always like this. Women, cough, they like to be paranoid, it's nothing. Yun Yang felt a pang in his heart as he said, Sister Yu, you don't have to blame yourself. It's true that this young brother is burning with worry now, but it's beyond my reach. I don't know how the situation is. Yun Zuyu heaved a long sigh, her eyes looking out of the window as she said softly, as long as you can live well, as long as you can live well. I am willing to endure all the suffering for all eternity. Her voice was pious as if she was praying to the heavens. Yun Yang's heart ached. This infatuated woman, his heart grew more and more conflicted. How could he end this endless infatuation? Fifth brother, Yun Yang suddenly remembered that he had already opened Supreme Flame's fire room and the wills of his three brothers, fifth, sixth, and seventh, were all placed in his secret chamber. Previously, he had not dared to open them in order to focus on his cultivation. It looked like he would have to take a good look at them when he returned tonight. However, each time he thought of Supreme Wind's will, Yun Yang felt a stab of pain in his heart. Now, facing the wills of his three brothers, Yun Yang really felt a sense of homesickness. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to open them. Because every time he opened it, he felt as if he was tearing his own heart apart. Sister Yu, did anyone come looking for trouble with you regarding Zhao Binglong's incident? Yun Yang asked. No, not really. After all, Zhao Binglong's crime was announced to the public right away. Yun Zuyu said, it's just that I'm a little troubled now. She hesitated for a moment before she smiled sweetly and said, but I can handle it. Yun Yang frowned and said, since Sister Yu says you're troubled, why don't you explain it clearly? Are you still treating this young brother as an outsider? What Sister Yu said just now, it makes me very sad. Yun Yang's words evoked Yun Zuyu's guilt. She quickly smiled apologetically and said, young brother, don't be angry. It's just a few aristocratic children. She stopped abruptly as she spoke. Yun Yang's expression turned harsh. East, west, north, and south? Or is it spring, summer, autumn, and winter? Yun Zuyu forced a smile and said, it's no big deal. Young brother, you go about your business. Sister Yu has a protective talisman here. Who dares touch Sister Yu? Don't you think so? Huh. Yun Yang thought about it and said with a smile, that's not bad. This young brother has lost his composure. Looking at Yun Zuyu's expression, he knew that this matter would not be so easily resolved. Besides, Yun Zuyu had said, who dares touch Sister Yu? These 5 words made Yun Yang realize that this time, the target was not the other girls in Cirrus house but Yun Zuyu herself. Or perhaps it was the entire Cirrus house. This had long filled Yun Yang's heart with a murderous intent. However, he did not show it on his face. After a few more banter with Yun Zuyu, he bid his farewell. Yun Zuyu sent him to the door. Seeing that his expression was normal and his gaze was gentle as usual, she was slightly relieved that he did not seem to take the matter to heart. She only blamed herself, why did I mention this? If young brother were to, wouldn't it be my fault? Yun Zuyu, oh Yun Zuyu, how many things have you been through? Why can't you control your mouth? Hopefully, Yun Yang has really let it go and not be impulsive. Yun Yang bade farewell to Yun Zuyu and walked back with a relaxed expression. It was only after he had turned into a street that his face fell. Who dared to touch Yun Zuyu and Cirrus house? Courting death. He snorted and reached into his robe to hold the jade pendant, sending out the 9 heavens dictum. Cirrus house was a place that Yun Yang had instructed to pay attention to. Whatever happened here had long been recorded. It had only been a quarter of an hour since Yun Yang had sent out the order and the whole story had already reached him. 10 days ago, young Master Qiu Yunsan of the Qiu family, one of the 4 noble families of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, had come to Sira's house with a few others. When he had seen Yun Zuyu, he had suddenly become obsessed with her. He had reported to Sira's house every day for 10 consecutive days. He had spent money like water and had even knelt outside Sira's house to ask for Yun Zuyu's hand in marriage in front of everyone, wanting to take Yun Zuyu as a concubine. Yun Zuyu had not agreed, but this young Master Qiu had not been discouraged. His attacks had only become more aggressive. He had even brought out a lot of dignitaries to speak for Qiu Yunsan. He had not done anything rude, but it was extremely annoying to be pestered like this every day. Yun Yang's eyes gleamed coldly. Qiu Yunsan? Asking Yun Zuyu to be his concubine? How dare he? With a thought, the 9 heavens dictum sent out another message: what kind of dignitaries are the ones who spoke for him? This time, it was even faster. The message had been sent over in a flash. He did not even have the time to think. Obviously, the other party knew his boss temper and had already prepared all these things. Residence of Crown Prince's aide, Shui Yuehan. Board of War's Old Marshal Leng Daoyin's son-in-law, Zhou Zizheng. Plethora Gem Towers Tiantong's keeper, Fu Guansan. An. Yun Yang felt a jolt of surprise when he saw the last name. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan's old mistress Ding. What kind of atrocious thing is this? Yun Yang felt suffocated. At once, an extreme rage that could burn the whole of Tiantang City red rose in his heart. Fifth brother's body was not even cold yet, but his sweetheart was being pressured to such an extent. The families of the 2 military bigwigs were actually involved. Even the Crown Prince's residence was involved. There was also a keeper of Plethora Gem Tower, a member of one of the martial world's mysterious forces. Yun Yang's rage was burning. If you're sincere in your pursuit and promise me the position of wife, even if Sister Yu has no intention of it, as long as you don't use any despicable means, I won't do anything, even if I'm not comfortable with it. After all, 5th brother is gone. Do I really have to let such a peerless beauty suffer for the rest of her life? However, the way things were going now was obviously oppressing people with their power. Although this young Master Qiu had not done anything out of line, Yun Yang understood the weight of it. I'm not bullying you by using these people to pressure you. However, if you think about it, how are you going to survive if you offend these people in Tiantang City? If you don't give these people face, what else do you want? What will the consequences be? What will happen to Sira's house? What will happen to your sisters? These were all silent threats. Under such threats, there were not many in this world who could withstand it. Yun Yang's eyes were almost spitting fire. This matter had truly crossed his bottom line, making him hate the old marshal as well. If you don't know anything, settle it for me. Chapter 89. That night, old Marshal Qiu Jianhan was reading the military report in his residence. It was temporarily peaceful now. The Empire of Yutong finally had a period of peace to recuperate. The old marshal felt much more at ease. He was even in the mood to order for a few dishes to be made and drink by himself. However, just as he picked up the goblet, before he could drink it with a smile, he heard a long howl in the air. A fierce voice hollered, "You've gone too far." A ray of white light shot down from the sky. With a loud bang, it disappeared without a trace. Before anyone in the residence could even run out, the person had already disappeared. A ball of fire suddenly burned in a side room. The fire soared into the sky and thick smoke billowed. Put out the fire. It's on fire. The residence was in chaos. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of guards blocked the entrance of the hall. The roof was also filled with military experts. In the blink of an eye, thousands of feet around old Marshal Qiu had been protected impregnably. "Stand down." The old marshal's muscular frame stood at the hall's entrance, trembling slightly. His eyes were looking at the room that had suddenly caught fire, his lips quivering. In his hand, there was a saber. There were bloodstains on the blade. What happened? Everyone in the residence was on high alert. The old mistress had made a rare appearance as well. "It's nothing." Qiu Jianhan's expression eased. "It's just a secret letter. This old man needs to deal with it urgently." As he spoke, he turned and went straight to the study, ignoring everyone else. He moved swiftly like the wind. The old marshal was agitated. Because, on this letter, there was a symbol of the 9 stars protector. The 9 heavens dictum. There were a few words on it, to old Marshal Qiu. Old Marshal Qiu knew very well what these words meant. He did not wish for anyone to see it. Therefore, he went to the study immediately and locked himself in it. It was a red package. It was like a flame. Old Marshal Qiu panted and opened it with trembling hands. As expected, there was a letter inside. Opening the envelope, there was only a thin piece of paper inside. Qiu Jianhan's expression changed when he read the first line. The first sentence was very rude. "Why did the military humiliate me?" The old marshal immediately sensed the murderous intent contained within those words. It was a surge of anger. He almost held his breath as he continued to read. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. Suddenly, he shouted, "I'm so angry." Glaring angrily, he slammed his palm on the table. The sturdy table immediately broke into pieces. Cirrus House's Zuyu belongs to Supreme Flame. What's the point of sending someone from the military ministry's House of Saber and Sword to persuade her to marry? Old Madame Ding had come personally, but where did she put me, Supreme Flame? If old Marshal is interested, why don't you find another home for His Majesty's Empress? Why do you have to humiliate the family of the 9 Supremes? The State Guarding General's residence is the matchmaker, the Marshal's residence is the guarantor, the Crown Prince's residence is the mediator, and the 10,000 Treasures Tower is the matchmaker. Under the 9 heavens dictum, I vow to never accept such humiliation. I will demand justice with my life. You're going too far. How dare you? The words used in the letter were harsh and the resentment contained within was appalling. It even went so far as to say, if old Marshal is interested, why don't you find another home for His Majesty's Empress? Why do you have to humiliate the family of the 9 Supremes? It was obvious that the other party's anger had reached a boiling point. Before he finished reading the letter, the old Marshal was already on the verge of vomiting blood. He was not angry at the other party's vile tone, but at the fact that such a thing had happened in his residence. It was a humiliation that would last for 10,000 years. Qiu Jianhan could only feel his face burning with embarrassment. Even if he was beaten until he was half dead, it would not be as uncomfortable as this feeling. What he hated the most was bullying the family of meritorious officials. Who would have thought that his own family would actually do it today? Thinking about how the 9 heavens dictum had actually informed him in such an extreme way as his room being burned, the other party must have been extremely enraged. Thinking about the battle this time, Supreme Flame had obviously intervened. Then, who was the one who burned his room? Was there even a need to ask? The old Marshal even thought that the other party had been merciful. Your father had just fought a war for you and you're forcing your father's woman to marry someone else? What kind of outrageous thing is this? The old mistress was still worrying when the residence was suddenly set on fire. Although the fire was not huge and only a room had been burnt, the meaning contained within was enough to send chills down one's spine. A sense of extreme danger lingered in her heart. Who in this world would dare to set fire to the residence of Marshal? Just as she was worrying, she heard the maid outside the room cry out in shock before she bellowed, "Scram!" A loud slap could be heard before her husband charged in furiously. He hollered, "What have you done?" The old mistress was stunned for a moment before she flew into a rage. "What? Have you gone mad?" Qiu Jianhan was furious as he lowered his voice. "Nonsense. You're the one who's gone mad. What you've done is heartless, unjust, shameless, and filthy. You still have the cheek to talk about this old man?" The old mistress was dumbfounded. The old marshal had always felt that he had neglected his wife throughout his life as a soldier, so he had always been obedient to the old mistress. Since when had he ever been so angry? What was wrong with him now? How could he curse so harshly? The old mistress felt that something was amiss. What happened? Not only was she not enraged, she was terrified instead. To be able to make her husband, who had taken care of her for a lifetime, so furious at her, this matter must be extremely serious. Qiu Jianhan's eyes were burning as he lowered his voice. What a disgrace. Let me ask you, have you been matchmaking these few days? The old mistress understood at once and said, "What's wrong with that? It's that nephew of yours. He's taken a liking to Cirrus House's Yun Zuyu when he first came to Tiantang and begged this old one to take her as a concubine. He came begging but you weren't there. Besides, it's not a big deal." Qiu Jianhan was trembling with rage. Not a big deal? Madam, the sky is going to fall because of you. What else is a big deal? Are you muddle-headed? The old mistress paled. What's wrong? Qiu Jianhan huffed and puffed, trying to calm himself down. He gritted his teeth and said, "You went to matchmake, didn't you ask if she's married? Does she have someone she likes? Is she willing? You're just going to go there like an idiot? That little bastard Qiu Yunsan likes her. So what if he likes her? If he likes you, why don't you go? If he likes Her Majesty, will you go? What a bastard you are." The old marshal spoke without thinking when he was angry, even spouting such outrageous words. The old mistress was shocked. Could it be His Majesty's? She sucked in a breath of cold air. The old marshal said angrily, "It's not His Majesty's." Just as the old mistress breathed a sigh of relief, she heard her husband say angrily, "Scarier than His Majesty's woman. Madam, you're really putting me in an unjust situation." The old mistress was dumbstruck. Scarier than His Majesty's woman? What kind of person was this? What should I do? All in all, you're not allowed to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, I won't have the face to continue living in this world other than killing myself. The old marshal sighed, his gaze filled with pity. This is so embarrassing. If Qiu Yunsan comes to the residence again, detain him. Wait for this old man to come back and deal with him. I'll go to old man Leng's residence. This time, both families are going to be humiliated. Qiu Jianhan left his words and rode out the door, heading towards Leng Daoyin's residence of the guarding general like his buttocks were on fire. The old mistress fell back into her chair, her face pale. This matter could be seen from her husband's reaction how serious it was. She did not expect herself to cause such a huge disaster unintentionally. She was filled with regret. However, she was still doubtful. What was involved? How could it make her husband so furious? On the same night, in the residence of the guarding general, Leng Daoyin was enraged, ordering his guards to summon his son-in-law over and scolding him. He had actually broken his son-in-law Zhou Zizheng's legs with his own hands. Go and spout nonsense and talk about matchmaking again. This old man will beat you to death. This old man must have been blind to marry my daughter to someone who can't do anything right, someone who only knows how to make a fool of himself. Old General Leng's rage silenced the entire residence of the guarding general. A grown man going to be a matchmaker, what a bastard. Why didn't you The old man swallowed the latter part of his sentence, thinking that it must have been indecent. Zhou Zizheng's legs were broken, the agony was excruciating, but he gritted his teeth without making a sound. Speaking of which, Zhou Zizheng was not as bad as the old marshal had described him to be. On the contrary, he was a capable general. Otherwise, Leng Daoyin would not have agreed to marry his daughter off. Now that he had made a mistake, he was worse than dog sh*t in the old man's mouth. Xiao Jianhan went to the crown prince's residence without another word. He could tell the truth to Leng Daoyin and the latter would never divulge the secret, but the crown prince's people would not. Therefore, the old marshal barged in and said stiffly, "Yun Zuiyu is this old man's adopted daughter. Her marriage is decided by this old man, your highness doesn't have to worry about it." Then, he left. His highness did not know what had happened at all, but he was already livid from the old marshal's scolding. Xiao Jianhan then went to Plethora Gem Tower. "If you dare find trouble with this old man's adopted daughter again, this old man will seal this lousy tower." His words were crisp and clear. Then, when Xiao Jianhan returned to the residence, Qiu Yunsan had already been summoned by the old mistress and was being reprimanded with his head lowered. Without a word, the old man picked up a stick as thick as the mouth of a bowl and smashed it down on Qiu Yunsan's face, cursing loudly. "Who do you think you are? You pester a girl just because you like her? What kind of a bastard are you? Other than King embarrassing your father, what else have you done since you were young? This old man shall beat you to death today, lest you continue to embarrass the Qiu family. Concubine. Concubine your granny's leg." The old marshal was infuriated. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, the others quickly went forward to dissuade him. As they did so, the eldest young master Qiu's head was already bleeding and he was screaming in pain. By the time the old mistress had risked her life to save her nephew, she had already been beaten 8 or 9 times. Not only was her head bleeding, her waist was almost broken. If it wasn't for the fact that her nephew had some martial arts, he would have been beaten to death by the merciless blows. The whole thing was like a farce. Hearing these things, Yun Yang's anger dissipated as well. Obviously, elders Qiu and Leng, even the crown prince, did not know about these people's families. Since the old marshal had gone berserk and even the person involved, Qiu Yunsan, had behaved himself, this matter should have passed. However, what Yun Yang did not expect was, how could this matter be so simple? Chapter 90. Early in the morning. Yun Yang leaned against the tree and breathed with all his might. The spiritual energy of the rising sun was sucked into his body like smoke. He stretched his body, crackling all over. After a long time, Yun Yang opened his mouth and a gust of white air exhaled like a dragon. It did not dissipate in the morning breeze, until it was hundreds of feet away. With a soft poof, a small hole appeared on the wall. My God! Fang Mafei and Lao Mei who had been watching were dumbstruck. Bones like thunder, Dan Tianqi like a dragon. Fang Mafei felt like he could not speak. He had cultivated to the 7th peak and had finally reached this realm. Lao Mei was already at the pinnacle of the 6th heaven but he had not reached it. As for Yun Yang, he seemed to be only at the 3rd heaven. How could something like this happen? What was going on? Both of them looked up at the sky in unison before looking at their surroundings. Nothing had changed, this was still the same world. Could it be a problem with the cultivation method? Fang Mafei and Lao Mei exchanged a look, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Yun Yang stopped cultivating and stood up slowly to feel his body. Both Fang Mafei and Lao Mei were shocked to realize that the weakness that had been present in Yun Yang for some time had completely vanished at this moment. He was full of energy, full of vigor. Both of them were dumbfounded. He had been sickly yesterday, unable to even lift his feet, but today he was full of vigor and vigor. Yun Yang inhaled and exhaled deeply. The exhaustion from the previous period had finally been replenished today. No matter how many enemies were killed on the battlefield, the air of injustice that could be collected was minimal. Yunyang calculated that he had burned at least 100,000 of Dongxuan's troops with a gust of wind and fire, but the air of injustice that he had collected was at most the amount of 20 to 30 people. This could be those who were especially evil. Yunyang thought to himself. However, it was better than nothing. At least, Emmy had grown stronger. The air of vitality that it could provide was much more abundant as well. However, Yunyang's exploitation during this period of time had made Emmy very reluctant. Their leaves drooped listlessly, and they did not even wave their vines. They looked weak and feeble. They were like a child that had been greatly wronged. They would pout every day, but they did not dare to say anything. Yunyang's heart ached, so he tossed in 10 pieces of fine jade that he had extorted the last time. It was only then that Emmy was happy again, waving its vines and regaining its liveliness. It was even more friendly towards Yunyang. However, Yunyang began to worry. Out of the 50 pieces of jade, only 23 were left. This was too fast. The resources were almost depleted. Even the flood dragon pearl was already more than half empty. Although Emmy would replenish it with energy, and Emmy did not seem to be willing to let the horn dragon orb go to waste, but, after all, what could be used now was almost cleared out. The profound stones and profound crystals he won, as well as the heavenly treasures he plundered from Zhao Binglong's residence, had all been used up. Just as Fang Mafei and Lao Mei were about to congratulate Yunyang on his breakthrough, they heard Yunyang mumbling to himself, "I should raid another house. I can't live on if I don't raid another house next. Who should I raid?" Fang Mafei and Lao Mei staggered, almost falling to the ground. You can't live on if you don't raid other people's houses? What kind of argument was this? Old Fang, what's your cultivation base now? Yunyang asked. 7th level, intermediate. Although the spiritual qi is accumulating every day, the improvement is not obvious. Lao Mei, how about you? 6th level, pinnacle. But it feels like the time to break through is still far away, too slow. Yunyang frowned. Too weak. Not enough to deal with major events. Fang Mafei and Lao Mei were exasperated. Yunyang said, "You need to work harder." He sighed and returned to his room. Fang Mafei and Lao Mei could only feel a sky full of crows flying past. It was a wonderful feeling. To be told by a third peak trash that a 6th or 7th level expert's cultivation base was too weak, it felt so good. Yunyang was frowning in his room. Saying that one's ability was not enough was not something to be said casually. Yun Zuyu's incident at Cirrus House a few days ago seemed like a farce no matter how one looked at it. It seemed to have been suppressed after Yunyang went straight to the residence of Qiu Jianhan. However, there were some movements in recent days that made Yunyang raise his guard. He felt goosebumps all over his body. 9 Heavens Dictum's intelligence came flying in like clouds. Mistress Qiu Jianhan is deeply ashamed. She has given up on Cirrus House and is reflecting on her mistakes behind closed doors. Qiu family's young master, Qiu Yunsan, has been injured by old Marshal Qiu Jianhan. He is grounded and reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors. Old General Leng Daoyin has punished his son-in-law harshly and grounded him at home. No one from the residence of Leng is allowed to participate in Cirrus House's matters. Residence of Crown Prince's aide, Shui Yuehan, has been punished. His Highness apologizes to old Marshal Qiu. Keeper of Plethora Gem Tower, Fu Guansan, has gone to Cirrus House to apologize personally. It seemed that everything was fine now. Residence of Crown Prince's aide, Shui Yuehan, has been visiting Cirrus House frequently. In the name of apologizing, he has infiltrated Cirrus House continuously. He is wealthy, handsome, elegant, graceful, and his mystical skill is unfathomable. keeper of Plethora Gem Tower, Fu Guansan, has been visiting Cirrus House frequently for the same reason as Shui Yuehan. Today, Fu Guansan and Shui Yuehan met at Cirrus House. Both of them were at loggerheads, neither giving in. Later on, provoked by words, Shui Yuehan threw out 1,000 taels of gold while Fu Guansan threw out 1,000,000 silver taels. Cirrus House has become the focal point of Tiantang City. Shui Yuehan has invited his colleagues to a banquet at Cirrus House. Fu Guansan has set up a banquet at Cirrus House, inviting wealthy merchants. Each piece of information looked so normal, but when combined with the farce that had happened some time ago, Yun Yang could smell something different. There was a creepy feeling. It was a strong premonition of impending danger. Yun Yang's expression was grim. Back then, a few days ago at Tianxian Cliff, he had been having this feeling and had even reminded his brothers to be careful. Everyone had felt the same sense of oppression. For this feeling, his brothers had led the army in a few circles and had tried various ways to test the waters, but they had still stepped into the enemy's trap. Now, this feeling had appeared again. The Four Seasons Tower. You've finally noticed it. Yun Yang's eyes gleamed coldly. You've finally made your move. Yun Zuiyu is in danger. Yun Yang paced around anxiously. Although he had always been careful in his actions, Li Changqiu and Zhao Binglong had both met with mishaps at Cirrus House. Li Changqiu had gone missing after being surrounded by the army, but the Four Seasons Tower's men would definitely know that Li Changqiu often went to Cirrus House. Therefore, after Li Changqiu's disappearance, Cirrus House had become one of their suspected targets. Yun Yang thought in his heart, Zhao Binglong, on the other hand, was beaten out of Cirrus House, then his entire family was killed. Although it happened in his own home. Cirrus House is still a suspect. 2 people consecutively are related to Cirrus House and have met with mishaps. The Four Seasons Tower has locked onto Cirrus House when there are no more obvious targets. This is also a tactic. If that's the case, Yun Yang's expression darkened. Qiu Yunsan should be a chess piece pushed by someone else, using him to test Cirrus House in the first wave. If Yun Zuiyu is taken down, then Cirrus House will naturally be gone and a thorn in their heart will be removed. If they can't take her down, then it proves that Cirrus House does have a backer and a secret. With Ling Xiaozui's words echoing here, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, they will try their best to infiltrate Cirrus House. This is a big problem for me. Perhaps they haven't thought of it yet, but they've already tested the effect. They're targeting Yun Zuiyu, so I must act. To me, this is an overt plot. No matter what, I can't watch fifth brother's lover being bullied. It'll be too easy to find me this way. My thunderous rage this time and old Marshal Qiu's seething anger have made them even more certain that Cirrus House has a powerful backer in Yutong's official military besides Ling Xiaozui. It's obvious that old Marshal Qiu is in the know and has become their target. Perhaps, Ling Daoyin will attract attention as well. The Four Seasons Tower's move has forced out 3 of my weaknesses. If I hadn't turned into wind and flame during the battle at the Fortress of Resilience, the Four Seasons Tower might not have acted so quickly. However, once wind and flame appeared, the Four Seasons Tower was obviously on guard. Since they couldn't find anyone, they could only strike elsewhere. That's why this happened. Yun Yang's gaze was gleaming coldly, but he did not regret his impulsiveness earlier. If he did not care when Yun Zuiyu was being bullied, then Qiu Yunsan might very well succeed. The heavy pressure of the entire military, the oppression of the Crown Prince's residence, the Qiu family, one of the 8 noble families of the martial world, and the threat of the martial world superpower, Plethora Gem Tower. Even if Yun Zuiyu really had a pinnacle expert like Ling Xiaozui behind her, it would still be difficult for her to defend herself. If that was the case, then it would truly be his lifelong regret. Even if he were to die, how could he face fifth brother Supreme Flame? Yun Yang snorted coldly. He could already feel that this inescapable net was slowly unfolding above Tiantang City, slowly descending upon them. And he was currently within the range of this large net. Since you've made your move, you have to expose yourselves. Even if Shui Yuehan and Fu Guansan aren't from the Four Seasons Tower, they're definitely related. There's also Qiu Yunsan. He could actually send old Mistress Ding and Zhou Zizheng. There must be a mysterious force behind this. These two people can't be simply ordered around. You're looking for me, but I've also made you my targets. One of the advisors in the Crown Prince's residence is from the Four Seasons Tower. What are the chances of this Shui Yuehan being one of them? Yunyang thought quietly. Now, the enemy had made their move. It all depended on whether he could take it or not. However, his biggest shortcoming was that he was not capable enough. Lao Mei and Fang Mafei alone were definitely not the opponent's match. This was something he was absolutely certain of. The other party has only sent out those who can show themselves. Who knows how many more are watching in the dark? One careless move and we'll lose everything. Yunyang's heart sank. I have to be extremely cautious. Extremely cautious. Chapter 91. What should I do when I can't resolve it with my own strength? Yunyang's gaze flickered as he murmured, Dong Tianling should have won. Why isn't he here to repay his debt? He had just thought of this. Suddenly, a voice called out from the door, Boss. Boss, are you here? This young brother is here to visit you. The voice was coquettish and cheap, with an indescribable sense of perversion. Yunyang was stunned. The ancients were right. Tiantang people are evil. Speaking of turtles, they come, quick, come in. Yunyang called out. He had never looked forward to this cheap man's arrival so much. Once he heard Dong Tianling's voice, Yunyang actually felt a little excited. Wow, resources are here. Hired thugs are here. In actual fact, Dong Tianling had already barged in without Yunyang's invitation, charging in with an inexplicable sense of sneakiness. Before he arrived, a double-headed Elysian lion under his robe had already rushed to Yunyang's side, wagging its head and tail happily. Why have you changed your attire today? Yunyang's eyes widened. I've won, why am I still wearing green? Dong Tianling smiled proudly. It's the three of them who are green from head to toe. Yunyang scratched his head. You've won? We've won. Dong Tianling came forward in a fawning manner, almost prostrating himself in worship. Boss, you're a god. You're a deity who has descended to earth. Boss, my admiration for you is like the great rivers of Tianxian, the endless oceans, the majestic snowy mountains, the peerless meridians. Oh, you can no longer be described as turning stone into gold, you can even turn shit into gold. Dong Tianling spoke with sincerity from the bottom of his heart. Boss, I love you. I love you so much that. Stop. Yunyang felt goosebumps all over his body, chills running down his spine. His eyes were staring blankly. F***ck. These were the only words that escaped Yunyang's mouth. Supreme Cloud had always been gentle and refined. Dong Tianling was indeed a talent to be able to force him to utter such vulgarities. Dong Tianling. Yunyang looked at him in disgust. You can't be, my lord. Dong Tianling felt like he had suffered 1,000,000 points of damage and said in a wrong tone, Dong Tianling, I'm still a descendant of a noble family. How could I be like that? I like women. Yunyang looked at him suspiciously. Really? If you don't believe me, I'll take off my pants and show you. What am I looking at? Yunyang kicked him. How dare you disgust me like this? This is my respect for my boss. Dong Tianling was not the least bit angry after being kicked. Instead, he felt rather honored as he said proudly, "A godly person like my boss must be respected." Yunyang held his forehead. "Why did you come alone today? Where are your guards?" Sigh. Dong Tianling's sorrowful sigh sent chills down Yunyang's spine. Then, he began to complain. "My lord, you don't know what kind of days I've been living these days." Dong Tianling was about to burst into tears. "Ever since I won them, they wanted me to hand over the expert behind me, but what kind of person am I, Dong Tianling? I, Dong Tianling, have always been chivalrous and righteous. I give my all to my friends and I give my all to my brothers. How could I betray my friends?" Dong Tianling said vehemently, "That's why I wouldn't confess even if I was beaten to death. They imprisoned me and kept me under surveillance. Even when I go to the toilet, there's someone accompanying me. What kind of King day is this?" Dong Tianling tried his best to gain Yunyang's sympathy and praise, tears rolling down his cheeks. "You obviously want to have it all to yourself." Yunyang exposed him mercilessly. Dong Tianling did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed and immediately switched to a heart-to-heart mode. "My lord, tell me, who in this world doesn't want to have it all to themselves? Am I right? Since we have such a great resource, why should we share it with others? Am I right? Both of us have earned so much, how great would it be to let those fellows go beg for food? When we're happy, we can toss a few copper coins at them and let them bark like a dog. That feeling, isn't it? This is the pinnacle of life." Yunyang's expression was solemn, exasperated. This fellow only had so few pursuits in life, cut the nonsense. Yunyang extended his arm. "Where's the wager I won?" Dong Tianling froze. "My lord, it's meaningless to talk about money between us brothers. You don't want to give it to me?" Yunyang's expression was calm as he chuckled. "Then I don't want it." Don't. Dong Tianling panicked. It was supposed to be a gift, how could his mouth be so cheap just now? "I don't want it. I'll see if someone else will give it to me." "My lord. I beg you." Dong Tianling knelt down decisively. "I won't get up if you don't want it." "How cheap?" Yunyang was speechless. "I think so too." Dong Tianling was equally speechless. What else could I be if not cheap? This is not an ordinary sword, this is King cheap. "So much?" Yunyang looked at the things that Dong Tianling had taken out. "This time, it's a big bet." Dong Tianling chuckled, looking rather spirited. "The total wager is 1,500 mystical crystals. I think this is too little, so I've taken out 500 mystical crystals myself as a token of respect to my lord. This isn't right, is it?" Yunyang looked at Dong Tianling suspiciously. "What you said was 100 mystical crystals per person, a medicinal pill, a set of clothes, and a round of beatings. No matter how I calculated, it wouldn't reach 2,000 mystical crystals." Dong Tianling scratched his head. "It's like this. They all wanted to raise the price due to the close time between the bets this time, wanting to win your father's bottom line in one go. So, I increased the wager. 200 mystical crystals per person, plus a marrow cleansing pill." Yunyang coughed and rolled his eyes. These fellows had it all planned out. None of their families had the marrow cleansing pill. Even if they did, who knows when it would be distributed to them. However, my great-grandfather is the top apothecary of the 8 noble families. I have plenty of marrow cleansing pills in my family. Dong Tianling gritted his teeth one moment and then gloated the next. These fellows just wanted to trick me. I suggested a duel and the 3 of them agreed to bet with me. 200 mystical crystals per person and a marrow cleansing pill. These bastards had it all planned out. They never planned to lose, they wanted to win against me. Then, each of them would get a portion, they would get the mystical crystals and the marrow cleansing pill, and they could beat me up again. Yunyang gritted his teeth. You agreed to such a condition, they were obviously trying to trick you? Dong Tianlong looked awkward. I proposed the challenge and they gave me the conditions, how could I not agree to it? Even if I knew it was a trap, I had to jump into it. Am I supposed to say no when they said the wager right after I proposed the challenge? I can't afford to lose face like this, my lord. Yunyang was speechless. Glancing sideways at this despicable face, he thought to himself, you can't afford to lose face like this? Where do you have any face left? Dong Tianlong was already beaming with joy. How could I not know that they wanted to trick me? But I have absolute confidence in you, my lord. If you say you can win, then you can. So I'm not afraid at all. Determined to fight, ha ha ha. Boss, you didn't see it, when these three fellows saw that they actually lost, their expressions were as if their mothers had died. Ah, I'm so happy. So happy that I kept patting my butt, ha ha ha. Yunyang rolled his eyes. Don't flatter me, Dong Tianlong. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I told you before that I would pay everything if I lost. I did, didn't I? Are you King thinking about this? Is that why you dared to take the bet? Dong Tianlong swore, boss, am I that kind of person? Look at this honest face of mine. Yunyang snorted. Dong Tianlong was immediately embarrassed. He chuckled dryly, his eyes darting around. In actual fact, this fellow had the exact same idea. Yunyang had said that he would pay the wager. If I lose, I'll blame it all on this child. At most, I'll just take a beating. It's not the first or second time anyway, but if I win, this is my god of fortune. Now that Yunyang had pointed it out, he felt a little awkward. However, he had already thrown away his pride, so it was only a little awkwardness that he recovered immediately. He swore, pointing at the heavens and the earth. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Yunyang rolled his eyes. That's still not enough. Do they have the marrow cleansing pill? These three paupers, this young master can't be bothered to force them. 300 mystical crystals for each of them. Dong Tianlong said flatteringly, boss, this isn't fake at all. Yunyang snorted. Where are your guards? They're at the inn. I snuck out. Dong Tianlong chuckled. I've been busy these few days. The two bastards were so busy that they went to visit the one with the surname Qiu. That's why I was finally free. The one with the surname Qiu? Yunyang was stunned. That popinjay from the Qiu family. Qiu Yunsan. What a troublemaking prodigal. Dong Tianlong was overjoyed. I went to the Cirrus house a few days ago and somehow, this fellow made a bet with someone, saying that he would win Yun Zuyu's heart within 3 months. Then, he started to pursue. In the end, he got himself into trouble. Yun Zuyu's background is very strong. Not only did Qiu Yunsan lose the bet, he was also beaten up badly by his uncle. I heard that his balls were almost crushed. He's still lying half dead in his uncle's house now. Qiu Yunsan. Cirrus house? Yun Zuyu? Yunyang's eyes shone as he put on an excited look. There's actually such a thing? Tell me quickly. I love to hear stories of other people's misfortune the most. Yunyang's gossipy look made Dong Tianlong feel like he had met a confidant. He slapped his thigh and said, Boss, you're my boss indeed. I love to see other people's misfortune too. Great minds think alike. Now, Yunyang was inexplicably liking Dong Tianlong more and more. This B*TCH is despicable, but he's really my lucky star. When I'm short of resources, he sends bets. When I'm short of information, he sends it. When I'm short of fighters, it looks like it's not a problem to find a few fighters. Chapter 92. What's going on? Yunyang was curious. I remember, isn't Yun Zuyu the Cirrus House's elder sister? How? There's something you don't know. Dong Tianlong was smug, looking like he was about to put on a show. There's a secret in this. Something's not right. He looked at Yunyang with a sideways glance and said, "Do you want to hear it? Come beg me if you do." He loved to provoke people by leaving things unsaid. I'm so sleepy. Yunyang looked tired. I suddenly want to sleep. Dong Tianlong was dumbfounded. Big brother, why aren't you playing by the rules? You should go. Yunyang laid down on the chair lazily and closed his eyes. Remember that I have something to do tomorrow, I'm not going. Dong Tianlong wanted to cry. Boss, you're too petty, getting angry over such a small matter. Let me tell you, boss, it's fun, I'm not listening. Yunyang looked drowsy. I'm very sleepy. Go, don't come back anymore. I don't know you, boss. Dong Tianlong knelt down with a miserable expression. I beg you, listen to this gossip, he slapped himself regretfully. Dong Tianlong, why can't you change this cheap habit of yours? Yunyang lifted his eyelids lazily. You're not letting me beg you anymore. I swear to God. Dong Tianlong swore solemnly. I'll never let boss beg me again. If there's one more time, let me become the god of cheap. Alright, tell me then. Yunyang sighed. This is very strange, ha ha ha. Dong Tianlong actually adjusted his emotions in an instant and was beaming with joy. Speaking of which, it's all because of me. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yunyang looked at him speechlessly. Ha ha ha. I won then. I was so happy that I treated these three bastards to Cirrus House for a drink. Dong Tianlong was excited. When we got there, I realized that it's a nice place indeed. The girls are pretty and the place is great. Elegance is most suitable for an elegant young master like me. Just as I ordered some appetizers and wine, watching the dance, someone suddenly started croaking. It sounded like a duck's voice. Dong Tianlong stretched his neck. When I heard this voice, I thought of the legendary eunuchs. I wanted to rip off his pants to take a look. Yunyang sighed. Was there any way to listen to this? You said someone was calling out? What's that duck's voice? Are you sure it's a male duck's voice? Yunyang noted down the characteristic of a male duck's voice. I'm absolutely sure. This fellow's name is isn't this young Master Chiu? Dong Tianlong continued, so he's looking for Chiu Yun-san. Yunyang looked lackadaisical, but all of his attention was focused at once. He knew that this conspiracy against Cirrus House and Yun Zuyu had started from this voice. This fellow walked over with his legs crossed. Your father could smell a whiff of lust, he should be a palace eunuch. Dong Tianlong wrinkled his nose. There was a middle-aged man beside him, tall and strong. He knew Chiu Yun-san as well. Chiu Yun-san called that fellow, what, Keeper Me, King Hell, there's someone with the surname Me. Obviously, they were very familiar with each other. They had a separate table beside us. Then, I heard them start a drinking competition. After a while, the one with the surname Me started sighing, saying that he had been courting Yun Zuyu for a few years but to no avail, the pain of lovesickness and whatnot. Dong Tianlong said, I was listening from the side and thought, was it so difficult? Then, Chiu Yun-san looked down on him, saying that if he had his eyes on a girl, it would only take half a month at most. That person then said, don't brag. Forget half a month, I'd rather strip naked in Tiantang City and run from the east to the west of the city if you could get her in half a year. Yunyang sighed when he heard this. This was a trap tailored to the temperament of these young masters of aristocratic families, especially those who were not the elites of aristocratic families. It had to be said that although it was crude, it was absolutely effective. To these young masters, their greatest joy was to gamble and play with women. Using this as a wager was exactly what they wanted. As expected, Dong Tianling continued, we saw Qiu Yunsan's eyes light up then, saying, is this true? He's obviously tempted. Forget him, we were tempted too. King Hell, courting a woman and then watching her run around Tiantang City naked. This is King exciting. Then, that person said, young Master Qiu, this isn't a joke. I advise you not to provoke that woman. I'm afraid you won't stand a chance if you act like this. Qiu Yunsan said on the spot, if I can't get her, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Then, he forced her to clap her hands as a vow. Yunyang sighed, speechless. Were these young masters bad people? Obviously, they were not. However, the temperament they had been nurtured since they were young made it too easy for them to fall into someone else's trap and become a weapon in someone else's hands. They used their temperament to achieve some unspeakable goal. A family, especially one that had been passed down for 1,000 years, would definitely have geniuses and elites. There would also be pillars of the family who worked hard in silence. However, there would also be popinjays like Qiu Yunsan and Dong Tianling. It was not that they had not been educated well, it was a necessity for the family's development. When these fellows caused trouble and offended someone they shouldn't have, as long as the matter was not serious, an apology and a punishment would suffice. If the matter was too serious, they could just be thrown out to be killed without feeling the pinch. However, sometimes, when it was inconvenient for the elites to come out and cause trouble, they could use these popinjays as an excuse to flex their muscles and gain some other benefits. This was essential as well. At the end of the day, we should be reasonable when we should be reasonable, and unreasonable when we should be unreasonable. This is a way of survival. Not much explanation here, water. Then, they started to bet. Qiu Yunsan wanted to win over Yun Zuiyu within a month. Mi's persuasion eventually made it a 3-month wager. The three of us were witnesses and the wager was established. The three of us even bet 500 mystical stones each. Dong Tianling was gloating. Yunyang was speechless as well. You guys still bet on such a thing? Then, Qiu Yunsan started to act. Yun Zuiyu was stubborn indeed. We agreed not to use force. This fellow was like a dog biting a hedgehog, he had nowhere to bite. Dong Tianling chuckled and said, a few days later, they met at Cirrus' house. Not only did they gain nothing, Yun Zuiyu didn't even want to see him now. She couldn't even send a message. Qiu Yunsan was at his wit's end. Mi said that such a girl deserves to be cherished. Even if he married her, it would be fine. Such a pure and self-respecting girl, it would be fine to find someone to be the matchmaker. Dong Tianling said, this Mi fella started looking for someone to be the matchmaker, but Qiu Yunsan was reminded at this point. Hence, this fellow started looking for connections everywhere, wanting to take Yun Zuiyu as his concubine. He actually found quite a number of people. I've never realized that this Qiu Yunsan has such a strong foundation. He actually found so many important people, especially his aunt. If he didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have known that Qiu Yunsan's uncle is actually Marshal Qiu Jianhan. Dong Tianling's expression was one of astonishment. The Qiu family's plotting is indeed profound. As Yunyang listened, he had already deduced everything that would happen next. There was no need to continue talking about this anymore. The other party had studied Qiu Yunsan thoroughly and had pinpointed him. Step by step, they had first lured Qiu Yunsan into a trap, making it difficult for this fellow to back down. Then, they had pushed through various connections and exerted influence. From top to bottom, they had pressured Cirrus House from all directions. Then, under the heavy pressure, Cirrus House would be like a towel that had been soaked in water. The harder it was pressed, the more water would be squeezed out. There would come a day when all the water would be squeezed out. This was their ultimate goal. Although Qiu Yunsan had failed on the verge of success and all the pressure had disappeared, they had actually achieved half of their actual goal. At the very least, they had successfully dragged their real target, Yun Yang, into this matter and he could not extricate himself from it. As long as they continued to play tricks on Cirrus House, Yun Yang would not be able to extricate himself. Since he could not extricate himself, there would come a day when he would be dragged out with the organization's strength and secrecy. This was an inevitable outcome. He could not watch Fifth Brother's sweetheart being bullied no matter what. Although the other party did not know this at all, however, the connection was extremely clear. From Dong Tianling's narration, Yun Yang remembered two more people. One had a croaky voice and walked with his legs crossed. He could be a eunuch, while the other had the surname Mi and was known as Keeper Mi. These two people must be important members of this plan. As for the assistant of the Crown Prince's residence, Shui Yuehan, and the keeper of Plethora Gem Tower, Fu Yuanshan. Yun Yang's current targets were at least 4 people. Of course, he could ask Dong Tianling about the croaky voice and the surname Mi, but it would be too deliberate. Yun Yang rolled his eyes and was immediately displeased. Say no more, I understand now. Dong Tianling, you keep calling me boss and second brother. You invite others to Cirrus House but you don't invite me? Dong Tianling was talking excitedly, spittle flying everywhere when he saw Yun Yang's expression suddenly turn sour. He was taken aback. Boss, you want to go too? Yun Yang rolled his eyes. I'm not going. Why would I go if they don't invite me? My treat. Please, please. Of course. Dong Tianling patted his chest. Shall we go now? It's too late. Yun Yang said lazily, you invited others first and I had to ask before you invited me. I can't afford to lose this face. You should go. This time, Dong Tianling knelt down with a plop without hesitation. It's all this young brother's fault. Boss, I beg you, let me treat you to a meal. If you don't go, I won't get up. Yun Yang was exasperated. This fellow had actually summed up his experience in dealing with me. Chapter 93. I don't like other things, but I prefer elegant places. Yun Yang stood up. Alright, I'll give you face. Dong Tianling understood. In the future, as long as you want to go to Cirrus House, I'll be your host. Yun Yang sighed. As long as you don't anger me, I'll be satisfied. How would I dare let you, young Master Dong, be my host every day? Dong Tianling chuckled and said fawningly, as long as you're willing to go, it'll be this young brother's ancestral grave that's blessed. The corners of Yun Yang's lips twitched. If the elders of the Dong family were to hear this, what would they think? Would your Dong family's ancestral grave be blessed if I were to drink with you? Along the way, Dong Tianling reminded Yun Yang no less than 50 times, if you meet those two from the Chun and Xia families, don't mention anything about the lion. Sigh, Chiu Yun-san won't be able to come out. I wonder if that fellow's wounds have festered or not. How delightful. Yun Yang could not help it. When they were almost at the entrance of Cirrus House, he finally asked with a frown, Dong Tianling, let me ask you. What have you been taught since you were young? Dong Tianling scratched his head and said, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, trust, loyalty, filial piety, chivalrous courage, serving the country and the people. Yun Yang replied, scram. This young master is here again. Dong Tianling's entrance into Cirrus House showcased the air of a noble scion. From the moment he entered, he handed out 100 silver taels to every waiter and maid he had met previously. Upon entering, he realized that there were no more rooms. Dong Tianling was enraged, slapping 1,000 silver taels onto a hull. Brothers, give me some face. Take the silver, the hull belongs to me. A scholar frowned. You, Dong Tianling slapped again. 5,000 silver taels. That's not what we meant. The person hesitated. Another slap. 10,000 silver taels. Swoosh. The 5 to 6 people in the Hall of Winter Snow disappeared. Yunyang was exasperated. He'd seen quite a few people throw money at people, but this was the first time he'd seen someone like first young Master Dong, who'd started off with 1,000 taels of silver and doubled the amount. He had subconsciously enjoyed the feeling of being a tycoon. Does it feel good? Dong Tianlong tossed himself onto the big chair in satisfaction and crossed his legs, chuckling. If they still don't leave after 10,000 taels, this young master will smash them to death with 1,000,000 taels. Yunyang rolled his eyes. Yun Zuyu had, of course, heard about Yunyang's arrival. She was an intelligent woman and could feel that the atmosphere was not quite right during this period of time. She was both happy and worried about Yunyang's arrival. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to come down and greet them. When he reached the door of the Winter Snow Hall, Yunyang's voice could be heard coming from within. Dong Tianlong, you might not be as familiar with the Cirrus house as I am. I'm a regular customer. Yun Zuyu was stunned. Yunyang's tone was rather condescending. This was a little unusual. Yun Zuyu walked in gracefully and saw Dong Tianlong immediately. This guy had been staying in Cirrus house for quite some time and had become an acquaintance. Oh, it's young Master Dong. Yun Zuyu greeted. Dong Tianlong guffawed, extremely pleased with himself as he looked around. Ha ha ha, Lady Zuyu has come down personally. You're giving me too much face. Ha ha ha. Those fellows can't see you no matter how hard they try. This fellow had come to Cirrus house more than a dozen times, but it was actually the first time he had seen Yun Zuyu. Seeing that Yun Zuyu had actually come down this time, he could not help but feel flattered. Dream on. Yunyang stood up and chuckled. Sister Yu, this young brother has missed you so much. Yun Zuyu understood at once and pouted, little rascal. How many days has it been since you've come to see Sister Yu and you still have the cheek to say that you've missed me? Isn't this young brother here now? Yunyang felt wronged and said with a sheepish face, I've been so anxious these few days. I heard that there's a popinjay pestering Sister Yu, so I ran over immediately. How could I dare to delay? Yun Zuyu's eyes flickered as she said, it's all right now. That young master isn't coming anymore. Yunyang nodded. That's good, that's good. Dong Tianlong was stunned and stuttered, you guys know each other? Very well. Yunyang looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. What do you think? Dong Tianlong said as if he had lost his parents, so it's not because of me that you came down. Yun Zuyu chuckled, like 100 flowers blooming, it was beautiful. Yunyang and Dong Tianlong stared at the same time. However, one was real while the other was faking it. Sister Yu's place is always so busy. Yunyang laughed and said, people come to support us every day. Who's here today? Are there any acquaintances? Yun Zuyu understood the meaning behind his words and said, young Master Yun is the honored guest. However, there aren't many who are familiar with young Master Yun today. Yunyang was shocked and said, really? You haven't been here for a long time, you don't even know. Yun Zuyu chuckled with her hand covering her mouth. All 7 halls of Cirrus house are full today. Even the biggest hall in the middle has people queuing up. Sister Yu must be so busy. Yunyang laughed and said, Sister Yu means that you can't accompany me anymore today. I knew that Sister Yu was going to run away again. Yun Zuyu looked troubled. The main thing is that the other guests will be angry. I'm afraid that I'll bring trouble to you. Yunyang chuckled and said, Sister Yu, I haven't introduced you. This is young Master Dong. Yun Zuyu smiled and said, I've known him since a long time ago. That's because you know him, not because I introduced him. Yunyang pointed at Dong Tianlong and said, young Master Dong Tianlong is my best friend. He's chivalrous and generous, a good friend that's hard to come by. Dong Tianlong felt as if his face was glowing at once. He puffed his chest and laughed. Brother Yun is too kind, too kind. Yun Yang said, besides, this brother of mine is the direct descendant of the Dong family, one of the 8 noble families of the martial world. His cultivation base is superb and he rarely meets his match when he roams the martial world. When he sees injustice on the road, he pulls out his saber to help, he is quick to repay kindness and enmity, and he laughs proudly at the world. He's an honorable man that's hard to come by in this world, an extraordinary man of his generation. Dong Tianlong felt as if his bones had lightened by 160 caddies. He was smiling so widely that his eyes could not be seen, but his words were reserved as he said, "You flatter me, you flatter me." In his heart, however, he was hoping that boss would compliment me a little more, a little more. Since I was born, no one has ever complimented me like this. Everyone who sees me points at my nose and says, "You be *tch." This is the first time someone compliments me like this. Yun Yang did not disappoint as he continued to shower her with praise. Sister Yu, there's nothing that Brother Dong can't handle in Tianxian continent. If there's anything, go to him if I'm not around. If he doesn't do anything about it, his reputation will be ruined. Dong Tianlong patted his chest and said passionately, "That's right, Sister Yu. Whoever dares to find trouble with you, come to me, Dong Tianlong. If I don't make them suffer, I won't be raised by a human." Yun Zuyu smiled gently and said, "Young Master Dong, why do you have to be like this? Besides, there's nothing important here. It's already very good that young Master Dong can come and spend some time here. Don't let the mundane matters here spoil your mood." Dong Tianlong patted his chest loudly. "Sister Yu, what are you saying? Sister Yu is my boss's sister, that means she's my biological sister. Who dares to find trouble with my biological sister? If I'm still indifferent, how can I, Dong Tianlong, keep my face? The ancestors of the Dong family won't let me go either." Yun Zuyu chuckled and said, "It's rare that young Master Dong." Dong Tianlong hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, just call me Little Leng. We're siblings. Call me Little Leng Leng, that's my nickname." Yun Zuyu smiled. "I dare not. Sister Yu, you're looking down on me." Dong Tianlong grew anxious. "I really dare not." Yun Zuyu shook her head and said awkwardly, "Young Master Dong is a distinguished guest." Dong Tianlong was flustered. He sprung up and knelt down with a plop. "If Sister Yu looks down on me and doesn't call me Little Leng, I won't get up." Yun Zuyu was dumbfounded. How did Yun Yang manage to fool this weirdo? Why did he kneel down? She looked at Yun Yang for help. Yun Yang coughed. "I say, Little Leng, this isn't good. Sister Yu is afraid of bringing you trouble. Why don't you know what's good for you?" Dong Tianlong knelt resolutely. "I'm not afraid of any trouble. Sister Yu, I won't get up if you don't call me Little Leng." Yun Yang sighed and said, "Sister Yu, Little Leng isn't an outsider. Besides, outsiders won't know and it won't damage Little Leng's reputation." "What reputation do I have?" Dong Tianlong was anxious. "Sister Yu, all right, Little Leng." Yun Zuyu was helpless. "If Sister Yu has any trouble in the future, I won't get up if you don't look for me." Dong Tianlong was being insatiable. Yun Zuyu sighed and said gently, "Little Leng, I know your intentions. I'm satisfied that you have such intentions. I'm a person with a hard life. Besides, this isn't a place you can come to often. Get up quickly, I'll acknowledge you as my brother. Sister still treats me like an outsider." Dong Tianlong's blood was boiling, he felt a sense of heroism rising from the bottom of his heart. "But I'm a man of my word. I won't get up if Sister doesn't agree." All right. Yun Zuyu said helplessly, "I promise, Dong Tianling sprung up joyfully. Thank you so much, Sister Yu. Thank you, boss. Yun Zuyu's bright eyes glanced at Yun Yang. She really could not understand how this fellow could be so resourceful, to be able to trick the young master of a great family into being bought by him and even help him count the money happily. Since Little Leng is my younger brother, everything will be on the house as long as Little Leng comes in the future. Yun Zuyu said gently, from today onwards, take it as a token of my appreciation, a meeting gift for my younger brother. Chapter 94. After a round of refusal, Yun Zuyu put on a straight face. Xiao Leng, if you don't accept it, then don't mention the words of siblings anymore. Only then did Dong Tianling yield. Servants, serve the dishes and wine, the best. Yun Zuyu ordered, today, I will drink with my two brothers. The entire Cirrus house was shocked by his words. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When had Yun Zuyu ever drunk wine? Moreover, he was accompanying a guest to drink? This was something that had never happened before. Whispers could be heard. Am I drunk or something? Why did he hear that Yun Zuyu was going to drink with someone? Who has such a great reputation? That's right, that's right. This face. I've spent hundreds of thousands of silver taels in Cirrus house and Yun Zuyu didn't even sit with me. Who is this inside? I'm so envious, sigh, it's our fault for not having enough status. The whispers reached Dong Tianling's ears. Dong Tianling felt as if he was on cloud 9, soaring through the clouds. What a great honor. He was giving them too much face. This treatment was really, Dong Tianling was suddenly filled with the feeling of a gentleman dying for his bosom friend. For a moment, he was so touched that his eyes were rimmed red. Soon, the dishes and wine were served. Yun Zuyu's smile was gentle and her voice was soft. The three of them sat in a triangle, with Yun Zuyu sitting at the host's seat to entertain her two younger brothers. Naturally, Dong Tianling was arranged by Yun Zuyu to be the guest of honor. I still have to thank young Master Yun. Yun Zuyu raised her goblet. Today, I have a younger brother. She smiled, her eyes a little red. I, Yun Zuyu, have been an orphan since I was young and had no siblings. Suddenly, I have a younger brother today. It is a little emotional. Allow me to propose a toast to young Master Yun. Yun Yang laughed. Sister Yu, what are you talking about? I'll do it. He raised his cup and drained it in one go. Dong Tianling felt a jolt in his heart as he sighed and said, I didn't expect Sister Yu's life to be so pitiful. From now on, I'm your biological younger brother. Since you're going to be my younger brother, you must be obedient. Yun Zuyu said gently, drink less and take care of yourself. Don't fool around, don't make Sister Yu worry. Dong Tianling nodded. Don't worry, Sister Yu. I'm very obedient. Hearing this, Yun Yang took another sip of wine. You are very obedient. Yes, very obedient. Let me have another drink. The three of them drank more and more harmoniously. In addition, Dong Tianling felt even more satisfied. Looking at Yun Yang who seemed to be drowning his sorrows in wine, he felt even happier. Boss had introduced him to Sister Yu, but now, Sister Yu's attitude towards him was obviously different from how she treated Boss. When she called him little cold. When he addressed his boss, it was young Master Yun. The difference in closeness could not be any more obvious. Looking at Boss sulking, I suddenly felt so good, hee. Right at this moment, a maid came in and said softly, Sister Yu. What is it? Yun Zuyu asked. It's like this. Shui Yuehan from the Crown Prince's residence, Sir Shui. The maidservant bit her lips and said hesitantly, I heard that Sister Yu is in the mood to drink today. I would like to invite Sister Yu over for a drink. Yun Zuyu was taken aback. Looking at the wine glass in her hand, she said with some trepidation, "Just say that I can't hold my liquor and won't go." "All right." The maidservant went out. Dong Tianling had already begun to frown. This man with the surname Shui, however, looking at Yun Zuyu, he still maintained his composure and thought to himself, if he comes again, this young master will beat him up. Sister Yu and I are having a good time drinking, how dare he come and disturb us, a while later. The maidservant came in again. Sister Yu, what is it now? Yun Zuyu's frown deepened. This is Fu Yuanshan of Plethora Gem Tower, Sir Fu. I heard that Sister Yu is starting to drink today. I would like. The maidservant looked troubled. I would like to invite Sister Yu over for a drink. Yun Zuyu sighed and said in a low voice, just say that I'm not feeling well and won't be going. This is my younger brother, I'm drinking with my family. Help me explain. Yes. The maidservant retreated. Dong Tianling's expression darkened further. He realized that he had already brought trouble to the sister he had just acknowledged. On the other side, Yun Yang frowned and said, Sister Yu, you shouldn't have drunk today. You haven't drunk for so many years. It's fine if you don't drink all this time, but now that you've broken your abstinence, it's hard to say in the future. Yun Zuyu was silent for a moment before she forced a smile and said, It's all right, I'm happy today. Come, little Leng, let sister have another drink with you. Dong Tianling felt a little heavy in his heart. He could not help but sigh as well, raising his cup and downing it. He was thinking in his heart, how could he solve this problem? At this moment, a clear voice laughed from outside. Since Lady Zuyu is unwilling to go over, this is the first time Lady Zuyu has drunk in so many years. I, Shui, don't want to let go of this opportunity and come uninvited. I would like to propose a toast to Lady Zuyu here. I wonder if Lady Zuyu will give me this face? Just as the words were spoken, a middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion and a carefree temperament pushed the door open and walked in, holding a goblet of wine in his hand. Yun Yang kept quiet. The veins on Dong Tianling's temples were already throbbing. It was obvious that he would not be able to hold it in any longer. Seeing the two people in the room as soon as he entered, the man could not help being surprised and said, So it's young Master Dong. This is Marquis Yun's. Young Marquis Yun? Yun Yang nodded but did not speak. Dong Tianling's expression was rather hostile. This person was Shui Yuehan. He laughed and said, I was wondering who would be so honored. So it's young Master Dong here. Yun Yang and Dong Tianling were here and Dong Tianling was sitting in the guest seat. Naturally, Dong Tianling was the leader. Whether it was martial world status or family power, Dong Tianling was obviously superior. Just as Dong Tianling was about to explode, another laugh came from outside. Someone said, Since Lady Zuyu is in such a good mood today, I've come to join in the fun as well. I've let Lady Zuyu down previously. This is a goblet of apology. I hope Lady Zuyu will do me the honor. As the words were spoken, another person walked in with a goblet of wine in his hand. This person was muscular, his gait was majestic and his aura was imposing. Yun Zuyu stood up and said with a smile, Both sirs are really putting me in a difficult position. Zuyu really can't hold her liquor. Besides, how can Zuyu's alcohol tolerance take both sirs coming at the same time? Shui Yuehan laughed and said, Lady Zuyu naturally has a great capacity for liquor. How can a goblet of wine be a problem? Besides, I've come today. If Lady Zuyu doesn't even give me this goblet of wine, then I'll really be disgraced. Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, Brother Shui is right. Since Lady Zuyu is happy today, we should congratulate her. I hope Lady Zuyu will do us the honor. He smiled faintly and said, Also, young Master Dong is here as a witness. Since Lady Zuyu can drink with young Master Dong all the time, I believe this goblet of mine should be enough. On the other side, Dong Tianlong could no longer hold himself back. He stood up abruptly and said with a pout, "Oh, what's wrong? I don't want to drink, can you force me to drink?" Yun Zuiyu stopped him anxiously, "Young brother." Stopping Dong Tianlong, she smiled at Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan and said, "Both of you have taken good care of Zuiyu in the past. Of course, Zuiyu must drink this goblet of wine. Young Master Dong has drunk a little too much. Both of you are old friends with young Master Dong, I'm sure you won't be angry." As she spoke, she reached for the goblet in Shui Yuehan's hand. "Wait!" Dong Tianlong shouted and stood up with a flushed face. "Sister Yu, don't drink. Who do these two bastards think they are? How dare they force you to drink?" "I'll." Yun Zuiyu called out, "Young Master Dong." She turned around and kept winking at him, saying, "This is the Cirrus House's matter. Since young Master Dong can't hold his liquor, it's better for you to go back early." Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan's expressions darkened at the same time as they glanced at Dong Tianlong. Both of them were puzzled. Dong Tianlong had been coming to the Cirrus House frequently during this period of time. Although he did not have much of a relationship with them, there was no conflict between them. Why was it like this today? Moreover, everyone could see Yun Zuiyu's protectiveness towards Dong Tianlong. It was obvious that Yun Zuiyu was very reluctant for Dong Tianlong to be involved in this matter. She was obviously helping Dong Tianlong in every way she could. On the other side, Dong Tianlong was already panting heavily. Dong Tianlong was no fool, how could he not hear Yun Zuiyu's constant protectiveness? He had said earlier that he would shoulder all the responsibility himself. If there was any trouble, he would solve it himself. Now, because of his drinking with Yun Zuiyu, he had caused trouble for his sister whom he had just acknowledged. However, it was this sister whom he had just acknowledged who had been protecting him all the time and had not hesitated to put herself up for the little brother she had just acknowledged. How could Dong Tianlong bear this? "I'm not drunk." Dong Tianlong strode out, ignoring Yun Zuiyu's anxious attempts to stop him. He stood in front of Yun Zuiyu and sneered at Shui Yuehan and Fu Guanshan, "I'm not drinking this wine. Both of you, if you know what's good for you, go back to where you came from. Don't make this young master unhappy." Shui Yuehan frowned and asked in confusion, "Young Master Dong, what's going on today?" Dong Tianlong could no longer hold back his anger. Seeing that these two men had not left, he was enraged and scolded loudly, "How dare you call me young Master Dong? Do I King know you that well? Who the CK are you? How dare you force your father's sister to drink in front of your father? How audacious of you! King Hell, you've been the crown prince's slave for a few days, do you think your status is higher now? King asked you to go out, yet you King stay here? Your father has given you face, haven't he?" This round of scolding was merciless, extremely unpleasant to the ears. Shui Yuehan's cultured and refined face turned the color of a purple eggplant as he panted angrily, his eyes glaring like bells. "And you?" Dong Tianlong turned to look at Fu Guanshan and slapped the wine cup in Fu Guanshan's hand onto the ground, spilling the wine all over the floor. He scolded, "You're just a shopkeeper, you've earned some money and you have nowhere else to spend it? King came here to provoke your father? Your father is drinking here, how dare you King barge in? CK, why are you so arrogant? Glaring at me? Why don't you glare at me? You don't recognize me when you have eyes? Are your King eyes for pissing? Do you believe your father will gouge them out for you? Scram, are you waiting for your father to treat you to a drink? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't you know what you're worth? You think you can go to heaven with some money? Scram. Chapter 95. The scolding was earth-shattering and the sun and moon lost their luster. The words were harsh and the scolding was unbridled. Everyone who heard it felt that if they were to be humiliated like this in public, they would have the urge to kill someone. Who was so arrogant, pointing at someone's nose and scolding like this? The entire Cirrus house fell silent. At this moment, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All of them knew that something had happened here, so they stuck their heads out and walked over. What's going on? I don't know. I heard that it's a young master from a great family scolding someone. Scolding who? I heard that it's someone from the Crown Prince's residence and the head keeper of Plethora Gem Tower. Oh. Did they fight? Excuse me, I'll go in and have a look. Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan were trembling with rage. Their eyes were spitting fire as they huffed and puffed, glaring at Dong Tianling. There was only one thought in their minds, to cut this bastard into pieces. At the same time, there was a strong sense of doubt in their hearts. What was going on? Why did this fellow suddenly go crazy? Young Master Dong. Yun Zuiyu looked troubled. Calm down. This matter is actually not that big of a deal. Besides, why are you so angry over such a small matter? Dong Tianling snorted and said, Sister Yu, don't worry about it. Since you call me younger brother, no one can force you to do something you're not willing to do in front of me. Yun Zuiyu smiled bitterly. But, there are no buts. Dong Tianling waved his hand domineeringly and said, These people are spoiled. I didn't say anything and they think they're so big. Today, I'll let them know that there are some things they can't do and some people they can't bully. Young Master Dong. Shui Yuehan's expression was steely, his gaze sharp. I respect that you're from the Dong family. Please show some respect when you speak. Respect your head. Dong Tianling was furious. King barged into my room and forced my sister to drink. Do King respect me? Your sister? Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan were stunned. They had not noticed it in their agitation, but since when did Yun Zuiyu become Dong Tianling's sister? What was going on? Of course it's my sister. Dong Tianling's anger that had just subsided flared up again. Do you even have to ask? If she's not my sister, is she your grandmother? Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan were fuming. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind, could it be that this Cirrus house is actually the property of the Dong family? Or could it be said that the Dong clan was protecting him? This can't be, right? Dong Tianling's sister is our sister. Another cold voice rang out, suppressing the explosive emotions that Shui Yuehan and Ji Yunshu were about to explode. The crowd parted, and two young men in green slowly walked in. Green clothes, a green robe, a green hat, a green belt, a green scabbard, green shoes, and an emerald green bamboo branch on the green hat. From top to bottom, it was the color of spring. Moreover, these two people were very thin and also very tall. At first glance, one would immediately feel that they were two lush green bamboos swaying in from the outside. They were the young master of the Chun family, Chun Wanfeng, and the young master of the Xia family, Xia Bingchuan. Both of them walked in swaggeringly, bringing their guards with them as they stood in front of Dong Tianling. Both of them lifted their necks and looked at Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan who were opposite them. 4 pairs of eyes glared at them simultaneously. What, you're not satisfied? Shui Yuehan felt as if millions of mud horses were galloping through his heart. What was going on today? It had been a smooth plan. Why did such a drastic change happen all of a sudden? Had these 3 popinjays not been standing on his side for the past few days? No matter what, they were still people who followed him around. Why, had they collectively gone crazy today? He knew that the main problem lay with Dong Tianling. As for Chun Wanfeng and Xia Bingchuan, they were purely there to support Dong Tianling. Fu Yuanshan's stomach puffed up like a toad from anger, his face turning yellow. So it's young Master Dong's sister. Shui Yuehan suppressed his anger forcefully, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood as he said, "Then, it is indeed I, Shui Yuehan, who has been presumptuous today." He was a man who could let go of things easily. He actually smiled and said, "My apologies, I shouldn't have done it today." Behind the crowd, Yun Yang's faint voice could be heard. "Apologizing is a good idea. Come and pester me every day in the name of apologizing, just like that head keeper Fu Yuanshan. It'll be even more justifiable." "What a great idea, what a great idea." He continued in a conspiratorial tone, "Otherwise, Keeper Fu, for example, would never come to Cirrus House in the past, but now he comes 8 times a day. It's obvious that the excuse of apologizing is still useful." Yun Yang hid behind Dong Tianlong, but using the endless divine art, his voice had soundlessly turned around and came from behind Chun Wanfeng. Shui Yuehan turned around abruptly, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at the 2 guards behind Chun Wanfeng. This sentence was a stroke of genius. Dong Tianlong was initially pleased to see that the other party had given up, but when he heard the sentence, he understood immediately. His rage flared up as he took a step forward. A loud and clear slap was heard. A slap landed directly on Fu Yuanshan's face as he cursed, "Motherf ***, I finally understand why this ugly monster comes to apologize every day. So this is what he's thinking. ***ck your grandpa, businessmen are all cunning. You almost kept me in the dark." Fu Yuanshan was trembling with rage, unguarded. Who would have thought that Dong Tianlong would actually dare to hit him in front of so many people? A solid slap to the face, and in an instant, he was so angry that he felt dizzy. "You want to come and apologize every day with the same idea?" Dong Tianlong was already in front of Shui Yuehan, slapping him. However, Shui Yuehan was already prepared. How could he allow himself to be slapped? Besides, he was a hidden expert himself. Raising his right hand, he grabbed Dong Tianlong's wrist and said coldly, "Young Master Dong, don't push it too far. It won't look good on anyone." Dong Tianlong felt like there was an iron hoop on his hand, the pain was unbearable. Rage rose within him as he roared, "How dare you hit me? Your sister dares to hit me." He hollered, "Capture them all." Chun Wanfeng and Xia Bingchuan yelled at the same time, "Do it." 2 expert guards from the Chun family and Xia family struck at the same time. With a loud boom, a wall collapsed. How could they be weak when they were chosen by their families to protect their young masters, especially when there were only 2 of them? Once they made their move, Shui Yuehan retreated with a solemn expression while the men that Shui Yuehan had brought with him went forward as well. Amidst the chaos, Yun Yang's hands moved soundlessly in his sleeves. A loud thud could be heard. A guard from the Chun family felt a sharp pain on his thigh. Looking down, he saw that it was already drenched in blood with a hole in his thigh. Without time to think, he yelled, "Be careful, the other party wants to kill you." He pulled out his sword and with a loud cry, the sword slashed down. The guard that Fu Yuanshan had brought with him was slashed from the top of his head all the way to his waist. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was pushing and shoving each other, no one had the intention to actually fight. They were still thinking about how to resolve this matter. The guard did not expect the other party to suddenly strike a killing blow. Caught off guard, he was cleaved into 2 halves. The stench of blood permeated the entire hall. In his rage, Fu Yuanshan roared, "Kill!" Spreading his arms, the wind howled as he charged towards the 4 guards of the 3 noble young masters. Yun Yang's gaze flickered. With his hands behind his back, his fingers moved slightly in his sleeves. The divine edge struck soundlessly. Plop, plop, amidst the melee, blood spurted out from the chests of 2 of Shui Yuehan's guards at the same time as they collapsed without a sound. The wounds were small but fatal. Blood gushed out like a fountain, gushing up to the ceiling. It was eerie and terrifying. Everyone's body was stained with fresh blood. The entire Cirrus house was in a mess. Murder, murder, screams rang out. Shui Yuehan's eyes reddened at the inexplicable murder of his 2 guards. You've gone too far. With a wave of his sleeves, he deflected the long saber of a Chun family guard. With a loud bang, both of their palms met. The 6th peak guard paled as he staggered back, spitting a mouthful of blood. Shui Yuehan, on the other hand, did not budge. Like a giant eagle among the crowd, he soared into the air and pounced towards Dong Tianling. Stop! Yunyang finally leaped onto the table and hollered, "Do you all have to make a big deal out of this?" Now that the situation had just gotten into a heated situation, everyone was actually just getting started. Once they heard Yunyang's words, they immediately sobered up. Just as Shui Yuehan was about to grab Dong Tianling, he suddenly remembered that if he really did grab or hurt Dong Tianling, he would have even more to say. He immediately stopped, retracted and retreated. On the other side, Fu Yuanshan also sobered up abruptly. Suppressing his anger, he exchanged a palm strike with a guard and retreated. Stop! Chun Wanfeng also realized that if they were to fight with the people from the residence of Crown Prince in Tiantang City, they would not be able to gain the upper hand. Stop fighting, all of you. It was Yun Zuyu who cried out. Her expression was bitter, almost on the verge of tears. Stop fighting. Cirrus house is finished in the future, Sister Yu. Dong Tianling looked ashamed. As they spoke, all parties had stopped fighting, but there were already 3 corpses on the ground. One was Fu Yuanshan's follower while the other 2 were Shui Yuehan's guards. On the side of the 3 noble families, there were 2 people as well. One had a bloody hole on his thigh while the other was pale, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The last one had a wound on his shoulder. As for Xia Bingchuan's right ear, it had also been pierced. He was roaring in a frenzy, F***CK. Who hit my ear? Who hit my ear? The guards were shocked as well. Young master had been hiding at the back all this while, how could his ear be pierced? In such a short period of time, such a huge incident had actually happened. Including Dong Tianling and Shui Yuehan, everyone was shocked. This was too fast. Sigh. There was a sigh from above. Everyone looked up and saw a purple-robed young master standing on the table. He looked at the ground with a pained expression and said, "Everyone. It's just a small dispute. Why do you have to make it this far?" Dong Tianling and Shui Yuehan were feeling a little regretful as well. This incident had gotten out of hand. Lives had been lost. Previously, who would have thought that a toast would result in the death of 3 people? Even Xia Bingchuan, the young master, had almost lost an ear. This was beyond their wildest dreams. Yunyang stood on the table and said loudly, "Let this young master introduce himself." This young master is the son of Marquis Yun of Tiantang, Yunyang. His face was a little pale, obviously frightened. Still, he mustered his courage and said, "Everyone, can you listen to my advice? This is Tiantang City after all, right under the emperor's feet. Now that such a thing has happened," Yunyang said with a pained expression, "how can we still have fun together in the future?" Chapter 96. Happy Play? Everyone's mouth twitched as they looked at the 3 bloodied corpses on the ground. 3 lives were on the line here. Happy play? How magnanimous must you be? Now, Dong Tianling, Chun Wanfeng, Xia Bingchuan and even Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan knew that things had gotten out of hand. It was not going to be easy to clean up now. Dong Tianling and the rest were relatively naive. If things got out of hand, so be it. I have my family to clean up after me anyway. Shui Yuehan and Fu Yuanshan, on the other hand, were confused. How could it have gotten out of hand all of a sudden? We were only forcing Yun Zuyu. We had more tricks up our sleeves, we had a more detailed plan, we hadn't even started yet. Now that things had gotten out of hand, what could they do? For a moment, they looked at this young Master Yun who had popped out of nowhere. Of course, both of them did not forget to notice that this young Master Yun's cultivation base was very low. Not even at the third peak? Perhaps he was only at the third peak? He was just a small fry. Actually, I really don't understand. Yun Yang said in a pained tone, I think everyone here is a reputable figure. I was just about to watch the show, but in the blink of an eye, someone's been killed. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? Xia Bingchuan's ear was pierced and blood was dripping from it. Frustrated, he said, what are you trying to say? Can't you be more straightforward? Yun Yang stopped Dong Tianling's outburst and said sincerely, actually, I don't have the right to speak in this matter, but since it has come to this, we have to settle it. Therefore, this young brother is shameless enough to be the peacemaker. Of course, if young masters, Sir Shui and Keeper Fu think that I'm not qualified, this lowly one shall step back. The few of them did not wish for the matter to continue. Shui Yuehan and Fu Guanshan had other important tasks, how could they allow the situation to worsen? Chun Wanfeng, Xia Bingchuan and the rest felt that they had gained the upper hand. 3 of the other party had died while they were only slightly injured. Naturally, they wanted to stop while they were ahead. As Yun Yang said so, despite the disdain on everyone's faces, they did not say anything, silently acknowledging Yun Yang's identity as the peacemaker. This is very normal. The peacemaker, young Master Yun Yang, said earnestly, it's actually a battle of pride. I have to say something about Sir Shui and Keeper Fu here. She's a woman and she doesn't like to drink, yet you 2 men had to propose a toast. This. Forget it, let's not talk about it, Miss Yun is a brother that she has just acknowledged. Drinking a cup of wine is the same as drinking with family. Why are you all so jealous? Really? Yun Yang shook his head and sighed, still, young Master Dong, you have a fiery temper, jumping up just like that. How could you be so impulsive? If you do this, it will be difficult for your sister as well. How will she make a living in Tiantang City in the future? You can't be here every day. That's why I said that before you do anything, you don't think it through. Dong Tianling looked ashamed. Sister Yu, it's my fault. I've caused you trouble. Yun Zuyu forced a smile and said, a younger brother's trouble will never be trouble to an elder sister. Dong Tianling felt even more ashamed as he heaved a long sigh. Chun Wanfeng and Xia Bingchuan looked at Dong Tianling in surprise. What's wrong with this B*TCH today? He actually admitted his mistake after being criticized once. F***CK. Was this really Dong Tianling? And Sir Shui and Keeper Fu came to force the sister that I have just acknowledged to drink. Yun Yang spoke sincerely and sincerely, honestly, if it were me, I would find it hard to take it as well. This is too much of a slap in the face, so a few words of quarrel turned into 3 lives. Yun Yang was speechless. Honestly, I didn't even see clearly how these 3 people died, the others, including Shui Yuehan who had the highest cultivation base among them, nodded as well. Yes, how did these 3 people die? Why didn't I see it? Was it so chaotic just now? But it has to be solved once it's happened. With everyone's identity and status, if you still have to wait for the official's verdict, it's a little degrading. Yun Yang's words were right on everyone's mind. Everyone went in after the official's verdict. How could this be? Besides, it will severely affect Cirrus House's reputation. With the official's intervention, even if we don't close down, it's certain that we will have to close down for a few months just for the sake of these 3 lives. Yun Yang sighed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Dong Tianling nodded in agreement. I can't implicate the sister that I have just acknowledged to lose her business and earn no money. She had just acknowledged me as her younger brother, and now this younger brother of mine has ruined her sister's shop that has been raking in money for years. Who would dare to be friends with Dong Tianling in the future? I'm F***king called Dong Tianling, but I'm not a jinx. Shui Yuehan and Fu Guansan nodded in agreement. We still have a mission in Cirrus House. If it closes down, how can we complete it? So I think, why don't we just let it go, Yun Yang said arrogantly. Shui Yuehan and Fu Guansan looked like they had just eaten shit. 3 of us have died. Just let it go? That won't do. Xia Bingchuan gritted his teeth and twisted his neck. My ear was pierced by someone, Dong Tianling retorted angrily. There's a hole in your ear, not under your stomach. What are you yelling for? Xia Bingchuan was furious. Dong Tianling, do you still have a conscience? I'm doing this to help you. Both of you, listen to me. Yun Yang quickly mediated. What I mean is, I think this is how we should handle it. However, from now on, don't call me sister anymore. Although Dong Tianling had a bad temper, he was someone who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He quickly kept the silver tails and said, Sister Yu, this young brother is wrong, humph. Yun Zuyu said, since you know you're wrong, don't do this again. This sister is holding a banquet today to thank younger brother and the 2 young masters. Yun Yang said, since there's nothing else, I shall leave as well. Yun Zuyu said, it's all thanks to young Master Yun today. How can young Master Yun leave? Why don't you keep the guests company? Yun Yang laughed. I have something to do at home. Besides, sister, you didn't thank me just now, of course I should thank you. Yun Zuyu smiled. Actually, if you're thanking me, why don't you give me some silver tails? Our family is tight on funds during this period of time. Yun Yang scratched his head and secretly winked at her. Yun Zuyu understood immediately. Of course, that's not a problem. Yun Yang insisted on leaving. Yun Zuyu tried to persuade him to stay but failed. She chased after him out of the door and took a silver tail worth 50,000 silver tails. Young Master Yun, it's all thanks to you today. This is a small token of my gratitude, please accept it. Yun Yang refused to accept it, but Yun Zuyu was almost crying as she spoke. Finally, Yun Yang left with the 50,000 silver tails. Under the watchful eyes of the public, there were many who were extremely envious of him. Look at young Master Yun. Not only did he not spend a single cent on a trip to the brothel, he had actually earned 50,000 silver tails. However, in the eyes of those who were observant, Yun Yang had put in a lot of effort but did not stay for a meal. He had taken the silver tails and left. It was not a small amount. As for Dong Tianling and the others, they stayed at Cirrus House while Yun Zuyu entertained them. The difference in closeness and distance was obvious, but it was not. It was also very obvious. It was extremely confusing. From the beginning to the end, Yun Yang did not seem to have anything to do with it. He was only a mediator. If Yun Yang was really, why would he come to mediate at such a crucial moment? Looking at Yun Yang's back as he left, many of them were deep in thought. However, Dong Tianling and the 2 young masters of spring and summer, could Cirrus House belong to the 4 noble families of spring, summer, autumn, and winter? This had to be investigated. They did not believe that they would acknowledge each other as siblings the moment they met. Chapter 97. Once the incident at Cirrus House had been exposed, Yun Yang had basically cleared himself of suspicion. In addition, an endless source of trouble had followed Dong Tianling and the young masters of the spring and summer families. Yun Yang felt that he had done a flawless job in this matter. Especially with Yun Zuyu's cooperation, it was even more flawless. From the beginning to the end, both sides had to be grateful to young Master Yun Yang. If it had not been for him, things would have gotten out of hand today, in the night. Yun Yang walked on the road, feeling good. He was muttering a few names. Shui Yuehan, Fu Guansan, Duck Voice, Keeper Me. Yun Yang hummed in his heart, Shui Yuehan is on good terms with Han Wufei, for Season's Tower, perhaps your plan is flawless and a trap has fallen. However, your father is already out of his shell. What's left is for you to fight the 4 noble families. What's more, so many of you are exposed in front of me, how should I make use of this opportunity? Yun Yang pondered with a frown as he walked. What kind of force should he use? The residence of Yun was right in front of him. Yun Yang had come out alone for his own plan. After all, he and Dong Tianling had not brought any guards with them. It would be more appropriate to let Popinjay Dong do it himself. If he had brought Lao Mei or Fang Mafei, it would be the guards who would strike first. Then, things would be different. Just as Yun Yang was deep in thought, a sudden sense of danger rose within him. A sharp, murderous aura appeared behind him, stabbing towards his heart from the back in this dimly lit street. The assassination this time was simply without any warning. It was so close. At that moment, Yun Yang felt goosebumps all over his body, a sense of death rose within him. He twisted his body with all his might, channeling the fog of cloud conjuration with all his might. Just as his chest began to turn into fog, poof! The tip of a shining saber had already pierced through Yun Yang's right chest. Yun Yang roared as he charged forward 170 feet like a bolt of lightning. In the air, he twisted his body with all his might, his back hitting the residence of Yun's door with a loud bang. As he charged forward, the tip of the saber was forcefully pulled out from his chest. In the residence of Yun, Fang Mafei bellowed angrily, "Who is it?" Fang Mafei and Lao Mei appeared on top of the wall almost at the same time. Behind him, an illusory shadow was about to follow up with another slash, but Fang Mafei and Lao Mei had already rushed over with a cry, "Young master." The illusory figure swayed and coldly snorted, "Count yourself lucky." His voice was very low. Yun Yang tried his best to widen his eyes amidst the excruciating pain, only to see a blurry silhouette turning to leave. With just one step, the silhouette melted into the night. Yun Yang's last conscious thought was that the silhouette seemed rather familiar. Then, boundless darkness surged forth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. When Yun Yang woke up, he was already in his room. 2 streams of pure yuan qi, one in front of the other, continuously poured into his body. It was Fang Mafei and Lao Mei, using mystical qi to heal his injuries. There was a faint taste of medicine in his mouth. Yun Yang opened his eyes slowly and exhaled, asking weakly, "What time is it now?" "It's almost midnight." Lao Mei was sweating profusely, his face pale, his mystical qi exhausted. He said, "Young master, don't talk, it's more important to heal your injuries first." Behind him, Fang Mafei's voice was more relaxed, his tone solemn as he said, "Young master is really lucky this time. This is a penetrating wound, going straight through your chest from your back. But it's extremely coincidental, passing through the gaps of your internal organs. Otherwise, this time, it would really be." Lao Mei was smiling as well. "That's right, young master is lucky. But this damned assassin stab is too coincidental, it went right through the gaps of your internal organs." Really, when both of them saw Yun Yang, they were almost scared out of their wits. There was a gaping hole in his chest and back, blood gushing out. This was a fatal wound. Who knew that his internal organs would not be damaged at all after a checkup? Both of them felt that it was a blessing from the gods. Such a thing might not even happen once in 1,000 years in the entire Tianxian continent. It was too surreal. Both of them did not even know that there was a gap between the internal organs that went from his back to his chest. Yun Yang was touched. Luckily, his cultivation method had reached the third stage and he could turn his chest cavity into nothingness in an instant. That was how he had managed to avoid this fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been dead meat this time. He took a deep breath and said weakly, "Stop your cultivation. I can mobilize my own mystical chi now." "All right." Both of them agreed. Although external mystical chi was powerful and could perhaps save one's life, it was still the mystical chi that came from within one's body that was more effective in self-healing. Both of them were experts in this field, so they naturally knew this very well. Yunyang controlled his mystical chi and slowly withdrew. He could clearly feel a surge of pure life force rising from his dantian. In the deific consciousness space, Emmy waved its tendrils anxiously, rolling up balls of green air of vitality and tossing them out, only to be pulled back angrily. It wriggled, and if it could speak, it would have been squealing anxiously. Then, Emmy's tendrils writhed excitedly, sending out the accumulated air of vitality. Yunyang was awake. Yunyang had not woken up, so Emmy could only send air of vitality into his meridians, allowing the essence of life to flow naturally along his meridians to the injured area. Of course, the efficiency was slow. When Yunyang woke up, he had his own consciousness and could direct an unlimited amount of air of vitality to mend his wounds. This was a completely different effect. Yunyang cultivated weakly, panting with difficulty. As the mystical chi in his body was mobilized and Emmy's air of vitality entered, Yunyang's complexion slowly recovered. Gradually, a faint white mist rose from his body. It lingered. Slowly, Yunyang's entire body seemed to be in a steamer as the mist engulfed him completely. "There's no more danger now." Fang Mafei heaved a sigh of relief. Lao Mei held his breath, watching Yunyang's complexion as his wounds slowly stopped bleeding. Slowly, his breathing became heavier as well. Finally, he straightened his back and wiped away his sweat. That was close. Then, both of them looked at each other. Who was the one who assassinated Yunyang? Assassinating the young marquis of the residence of Yun right in front of the residence of Yun. That was some guts he had. Besides, it was impossible to guard against such a mysterious and terrifying enemy hiding in the dark. If it were to happen again, would Yunyang still have such good luck? "Old Fang, look." Lao Mei's expression was somber. "You can see it too." Fang Mafei pondered and said, "This person's cultivation base is not below mine. At least, it's the 7th peak. And this person's hatred towards young master runs deep." Lao Mei said, "His stab was as quick as lightning, but such an expert should be able to control his strength. He could have kept the tip of the blade from protruding out of his chest and only left it in his chest. That would have caused young master more pain, and it would have been more difficult to determine the extent of his injury. However, in order to ensure his death, he pierced through the wound directly." "That's right." The moment the blade entered his body, the mystical chi that was attached to it began to expand and explode outwards. However, strangely enough, young master's internal organs were not harmed. However, that unique feminine power and demonic aura is still there. Fang Mafei's expression was grim. "If it were you or me, we would have been dead by now." However, young master's cultivation method is rather mystical. This kind of sinister cultivation method does not cause any harm to his body. No matter who this person is, he's a powerful enemy. We need to be more vigilant in the future. Fang Mafei's expression was grim. To let young master be assassinated in front of his own house, it's really embarrassing. Lao Mei nodded ferociously. The sky was already bright. Yunyang exhaled softly and tried to move his body to get off the bed. He felt his body sway and a wave of dizziness hit him, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Too much blood loss. Yunyang quickly assessed the condition of his body. His basic chi is damaged. Other than that, I'm fine. Yunyang felt a lingering fear. If he had not sensed it in advance and swiftly executed Supreme Cloud's mantra to vaporize his chest, he would have been a dead man by now. However, the speed of the stab was extremely fast. With a quick thought and his body vaporizing, his chest had still been pierced through. If he had waited until he had completely vaporized, he would not have been injured. To achieve that, I must reach the 4th stage of the fog of cloud conjuration. Yunyang exhaled, channeling his energy to hasten the healing of his wound. After a long while, he finally took a step out of the room. Step by step, he felt the cool breeze blowing against his face. It felt like a lifetime had passed. His life had been spared. "Young master, why did you come out?" Fang Mafei was shocked. Yunyang's face was pale. "It's nothing. It's not a serious injury. Walking out will help with the recovery." "Not a serious injury?" Fang Mafei swallowed the words he wanted to say. If it had been someone else, they would have been reincarnated by now. "You actually don't even consider a serious injury?" I'm speechless as well. Although Yunyang said so, he knew in his heart that the injury he had suffered this time was not a light one. He might not even be able to recover completely even after 10 days. He had actually suffered such a serious injury at this crucial moment when he was about to carry out his plan. Should the plan be delayed? Yunyang's face was dark. "Young master, this assassination." Fang Mafei asked tentatively, "Do you have any clues about the murderer?" A cold glint flashed across Yunyang's eyes. The silhouette of the person's back appeared in his mind once again. A familiar silhouette. He had definitely seen this person before. However, he had never experienced such a sinister aura. Where had he seen this person before? Besides, he had such a deep hatred for him. When had he offended such a person? Chapter 98. Was there a clue? As Fang Mafei finished his question, he saw Yunyang's expression sink, growing more and more gloomy. "There's a clue." Yunyang gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, saying thoughtfully, "When I was ambushed from behind, I charged forward immediately to escape the blade and turned around in the air with all my might. I wanted to see what this person looked like. Even if I die for sure after this slash, I still want to turn around and see whose hands I will die in. Being killed from behind is my humiliation. Facing death head-on is the backbone of a man." Yunyang said faintly. "Although I didn't see this person's face with my last glance, I saw this person's back." Yunyang said, "Although this person's body melted into the night fog, that back felt very familiar to me." "Familiar?" Fang Mafei frowned. "Very familiar." Yunyang frowned as he thought seriously. "I must have seen this person during this period of time and I must have offended this person. When and who were they?" Yunyang racked his brain. In his mind, all the people he had met in the past month flashed through his mind like a flashing lantern. He had not made any friends during this period of time. He had offended people all along, including Dong Tianlin, for now, Yunyang was only using him. Besides, Yunyang had no intention of making friends. "I don't want to have new friends." Yunyang had a stubborn obsession in his heart. "I don't want anyone to replace your positions in my heart," he was deep in thought. Everything that had happened during this period of time had been repeated in his mind more than once. Every character was constantly comparing the back view of that figure. Who was it? All of a sudden, Yunyang was shocked. His face suddenly turned deathly pale. Fang Mafei had been watching his expression. Suddenly, his spirit jolted. "Young master, you remember now?" Yunyang sucked in a deep breath and said, "This person is a little strange." "I can't be sure." Fang Mafei's eyes glinted. "Who is it?" Yunyang hesitated for a long time before he finally shook his head and said, "I'll tell you when I'm sure." Fang Mafei was dumbfounded. Looking at Yun Yang's expression, he had obviously found this person, but why was he unwilling to say it? Indeed, Yun Yang knew who the silhouette belonged to. But it was precisely because he knew and confirmed it that he felt a wave of disbelief. How could it be him? A slap to the face. A loud sound rang out. A defenseless body was sent flying from the ground. 7 or 8 teeth flew out of his mouth. Half of his gums were almost knocked out. Then, he rushed forward and started punching and kicking, the one in charge of purchasing in the inner palace, the one he saw at the Jade Farm, Eunuch Wu. Eunuch Wu who liked men. Eunuch Wu, who was almost slapped to death by him. At that moment, Yun Yang felt as if the world had been flipped upside down. Was it possible for such an expert to be slapped to such a state by him? He didn't even retaliate when he was humiliated in front of everyone. When he walked out of the Jade Farm, he had forgotten about him. What was the point of remembering such a cowardly eunuch who didn't have the slightest bit of martial prowess? But now, the figure that was gradually dissipating in the night fog actually overlapped with the figure that was beaten up like a dog. Yun Yang checked again carefully, comparing himself to the silhouette from all directions. In the end, Yun Yang heaved a long sigh towards the sky. I've indeed underestimated the heroes of this world. I've indeed underestimated what kind of performance a person needs when he's enduring humiliation. I've indeed been too careless. Fang Mafei asked in confusion, Young master, what are you talking about? A gentle smile hung on Yun Yang's face. What I'm saying is, it's not unjust for me to be injured this time. Even if I've really been assassinated this time. I deserve to die because of this person's attack. There's no injustice at all. Underestimating the enemy is the way to death. Yun Yang heaved a soft sigh of relief and murmured, from today onwards, I won't underestimate anyone in this world anymore. Anyone. Yun Yang's tone was heavy as he enunciated the last 3 words. Fang Mafei was puzzled. Why did young master say this? He felt that since he had followed Yun Yang, he had always been by his side, but he still felt that Yun Yang was like a cloud of mystery. He could not see clearly. He could not even get close. In addition, Yun Yang should have a huge force in his hands, but it had always been hidden and no one could see it. Yun Yang had never underestimated any enemy. Yun Yang had always been meticulous with every step he took. Sometimes, he could even be described as scheming. Today, Yun Yang's words of self-reflection had shocked Fang Mafei. Yes, with Yun Yang's current state of mind, his careful and meticulous steps, those who he thought were extremely cautious, still needed to reflect on themselves. Fang Mafei suddenly felt that with his temper, he was still alive after roaming the martial world for so many years. It was truly a **king blessing from the heavens, a great stroke of luck. Yun Yang sat there for the entire day without stepping out. He had used all sorts of healing medicine and Emmy's continuous supply of air of vitality. Yun Yang had used them as well. It was only until night time that he had finally recovered half of his strength. However, he immediately laid down again. No matter who comes, just say that I've been assassinated and am bedridden. I can't meet anyone. Yun Yang's order baffled Fang Mafei and Lao Mei. You didn't lie down when you should have, you got up and walked around. Now that you had finally recovered a little, you immediately lay down again. What kind of logic was this? On the same night, Yun Yang held the 9 heavens dictum in his hand and an order was sent out soundlessly. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan had been feeling humiliated for the past few days. How could something like this happen in his own home? It was utterly humiliating. The old marshal could feel his face burning even when he was drinking tea. Such a ridiculous thing had actually happened in his own home, to forcefully matchmake the widow of the national hero, the 9 Supremes? This was simply, the old marshal heaved a long sigh. There had been no news from the Nine Heavens dictum these past few days. This made the old marshal even more anxious. Could those fellows be angry? Are you completely disappointed? The old marshal could not sleep for the next few days. Putting himself in their shoes, if it were him, he would probably not forgive them as well. It was on this very night. Xiaofan paced around the pergola, his mind heavy. Suddenly, there was movement again. Don't panic. Xiaofan was overjoyed. Looking at the familiar parcel that had landed in front of him, the old marshal was almost moved to tears of joy. Moreover, the parcel this time was different from the previous one. Instead, there was a vivid drawing of a white cloud. The white cloud gave the old marshal a jolt. The soul of the Nine Supremes, Supreme Cloud's dictum. Everyone in the world knew that although the leader of the Nine Supremes was Supreme Earth, the one who could truly command the Nine Supremes and make the most important decisions was the youngest of the Nine Supremes. Supreme Cloud. Now, in front of old Marshal Qiu was Supreme Cloud's parcel. This meant that the item inside was sent by Supreme Cloud's men. It could also be said that it was sent by Supreme Cloud himself. Old Marshal Qiu grabbed the parcel and dashed into the study in agitation. No one is to disturb me. The incident at Cirrus House earlier was the enemy's plot. Supreme Cloud's parcel explained the matter and pointed out, the most suspicious people now are the Crown Prince's residents of Shui Yuan and Fu Yuanshan of Plethora Gem Tower. These two people have just been involved in a murder case at Cirrus House. The old marshal's eyes shone as he read up to this point. It's not appropriate for the Board of War to act. The Board of Justice can act, detain them in the Board of Justice's cell and cooperate with the questioning. It's still necessary to go through the procedures. This was the end of the letter. However, the old marshal understood tacitly. I was wondering how such a thing could happen to our family. We were indeed framed, it was a conspiracy. The Ninth Heaven's dictum was right when it came to these suspicious people. If the Board of War were to act, it would be easily seen through, but if the Board of Justice were to act, it would be an open and proper investigation into the deaths of the three people at Cirrus House. However, the old marshal was looking forward to what would happen after they were arrested. The next morning, the officials of the Empire of Yutong's Board of Justice were dispatched. They first went to Cirrus House to find Yun Zuyu to understand the situation, then ordered her to not go out, not to go missing, and to wait for the Board of Justice's summons. The wording was extremely strict. These people then went to the inn and politely invited Dong Tianling, Chun Wanfeng, and Xia Bingchuan to the Board of Justice to cooperate with the investigation. They then sent someone to summon Fu Guanshan of Plethora Gem Tower to the Board of Justice for a confrontation. Finally, they sent someone with a letter to the Crown Prince's residence to look for His Highness, saying that the Board of Justice was handling a case and the residence's guest, Shui Yuan, was required to make a trip to the Board of Justice. All of these were very normal procedures. There was indeed a murder case in Cirrus House. Although both parties had reconciled and the officials would not pursue the matter if the people did not report it, it was still a major case involving 3 lives at the feet of the emperor. It was necessary for the Board of Justice to prepare the case and put on a show. Therefore, Shui Yuan went without any pressure. Upon arriving at the Board of Justice, he asked a few questions as per usual. Shui Yuan then said, "Those people drank too much and accidentally fell to their deaths, such a reason that even a ghost would not believe was the unified explanation of the 3 noble families' young masters, the shopkeeper of Plethora Gem Tower, and the guest of the Crown Prince's residence." After all, they had already discussed the countermeasures. Then, the 3 parties gathered together to sort out the case. Dong Tianling, Chun Wanfeng, Shui Yuan, and Fu Guanshan sat in the hall and recounted the case. This made everyone feel more at ease. What else could have happened if all of us were gathered together? It was just a formality. Therefore, everyone was very cooperative. After everything was done, the official from the Board of Justice said with some embarrassment, "I'm very sorry, I can't let you all go yet. After all, there's still a verification procedure to go through. I'll have to trouble you all to stay in the Board of Justice for a night." The few of them were already mentally prepared for such an outcome. They obeyed the order gladly. "All of you can go back tomorrow morning." The official from the Board of Justice spoke humbly, obviously knowing that these people were not to be trifled with. "I'll have to trouble you all tonight. There's no spare room in the Board of Justice, you can only stay in the cells for the night." Humph, the few of them were relieved, but on the surface, they looked very unhappy. Without saying a word, they entered their respective cells. Chapter 99. That night, the Board of Justice sent food and wine to Shui Yuehan and Fu Guansan, as if to express their apologies. "The development of the situation is as expected. We shall go back tomorrow. This unexpected incident can finally come to an end." Shui Yuehan and Fu Guansan heaved a sigh of relief, but they were also deeply displeased. It did not seem like it was going to be easy to rectify the Cirrus house. They had not even exerted much effort and they were already in trouble, putting themselves in the spotlight. They might have to change their strategy in the future. In old Marshal Qiu's residence. Only a day's imprisonment? Qiu Jianhan felt that things would not be so simple. Supreme Cloud's token. Supreme Cloud's men had always observed every 10 steps before taking a step. How could there be something as easy as this? They had expended so much effort to suppress the Board of Justice through the Board of Military. Suppress the residence of Crown Prince through the Board of Justice using the nation's law. Suppress the martial world. Suppress the noble families. He used the power of the state to suppress all the forces and then put these people in prison, but he only made these people stay in prison for one night? It was so easy and inconsequential. If nothing happens by tomorrow morning. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan mumbled with a frown, "I think I'll go crazy, but if something does happen, there shouldn't be any deaths. Supreme Cloud's plan won't be so shallow." Old Marshal Qiu thought hard. "Perhaps we should act rashly and alert the enemy? Lure the snake out of its hole? Lure out those who plead for mercy and catch the big fish? But it shouldn't be. The big fish in the dark won't even make a move on such a small matter. Especially when there's such a strong aura of danger, who would dare make a move? How strange. What do they want to do?" The old marshal sat in his study, mumbling to himself like he was suffering from hysteria. This matter could not be discussed with anyone else. Although it was a huge ruckus now, he was the only one in the entire empire of Yutong who truly knew about it. If any news were to leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking about it, old Marshal Qiu felt depressed and was about to go crazy. Night had fallen in the blink of an eye. The boundless night shrouded the land. The entire Tiantang city was silent. The atmosphere in the cells of the Ministry of Justice became even more solemn. Although Shui Yuehan was in the cell, he was very calm. He looked like he was sitting with his legs crossed, but he was actually cultivating, inhaling and exhaling deeply and rhythmically. In such a quiet moment, the best thing to do was to cultivate. In particular, the surroundings of this prison cell of the Ministry of Justice were much quieter. There wasn't even the chirping of insects or the singing of cicadas. The quietness even gave Shui Yuehan a thought, it's not bad to cultivate here. The efficiency is high. Let's see if I can use my connections to come here to cultivate. From this, Shui Yuehan could not help but think of a legend in the martial world. It was about a martial world expert who had been arrested for committing a crime. His crime was not minor, but it was not a capital offense. He had spent 8 whole years in prison. In the end, when this fellow was released after serving his sentence, he had transformed into a formidable expert. The cause and effect of this matter seemed inconceivable, but it was actually within reason. This fellow's actual ability had never been restrained, so he had naturally become the boss of all the prisoners in prison. He lived his life with ease, his clothes and food provided to him without any worries. There was no such thing as eating, drinking, or socializing. Under such an atmosphere, cultivation had instead become the only way to kill boredom. Just like that, he had broken through a few levels within 8 years and his ability had skyrocketed. After he had been released, he had often exclaimed, 8 years in prison has made me famous. Prison was a good place. Thinking of this, Shui Yuan chuckled inexplicably and murmured, this fellow, he might not be lying after all. This prison, if I were to use some tricks, it would be a good place to focus on cultivation. Seeing that it was already midnight, the surroundings became even quieter. Shui Yuan stopped his cultivation and began to think quietly, sorting out everything that he had done in his heart. Wait for me to get out, there must be something fishy about this Cirrus house. Perhaps it was related to the remnants of the 9 Supremes. Was it a coincidence or was it a trap for the young masters of the 3 noble families to gather here? I can make use of this prison today and the power of the residence of Crown Prince to uncover the truth of this matter. He closed his eyes and racked his brains. He didn't notice that there was an inexplicable, colorless, and odorless thing in the prison cell. Wisps of faint green smoke slowly rose from a corner under the bed in the prison cell. Just as it emerged, it blended into the air of the prison cell, becoming one with it. There was no odor. The green smoke continued to rise. After a long, long time, Shui Yuan felt a little sleepy, his eyelids fighting to stay open. Why am I so sleepy? Just as the instinctive words left his mouth, Shui Yuan was shocked. An unprecedented look of shock appeared on his lean face. With his cultivation base, he would not feel so tired even if he did not sleep for a month. What was going on today? Something was not right. He took in a deep breath and immediately mobilized the mystical qi in his dantian to be safe. However, his face immediately became extremely miserable. The surging energy that was stored in his body could not be mobilized at all. All the mystical qi seemed to be trapped in his chakras, unable to be used no matter how hard he tried. Shui Yuan's eyes widened in fear. Then, he saw that in front of him, a cloud of mist suddenly appeared out of thin air. The cloud of mist was dense and changing, constantly gathering in the air. Shui Yuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the cloud of fog in extreme fear. He watched as the fog grew thicker and thicker, gradually forming into a solid mass in front of him. A person's silhouette slowly appeared in front of him in such an eerie manner. The newcomer's face was masked with a black cloth. His eyes were cold and gleaming with a calm light. He was tall and stood with his arms behind his back. Yun. Supreme Cloud. Witnessing such an eerie phenomenon, the name popped up in Shui Yuan's mind without a second thought. There was not a single sound in the cell that was completely sealed. There was no gap, no movement, no tunnel or anything of the sort. Instead, a cloud of fog appeared out of thin air and a person emerged from it. There was only one person in this world who could possess such a skill. No one else, not even Ling Xiaozue who had become a legend or Dugu Chou who was a living legend, could do it. It could only be Supreme Cloud of Yutong's 9 Supremes. There was only one such person in this world. Yun Yang's eyes behind the mask looked at Shui Yuan indifferently. He smiled softly and said, Mr. Shui has a good eye indeed. You are indeed the backbone of the 4 Seasons Tower. Shui Yuan forced a chuckle. Forgive this old man's ignorance, I don't understand what Supreme Cloud is saying. He smiled and said, Supreme Cloud's hero's return this time is even better than before. It is Yutong's fortune, a joyous occasion that concerns Yutong's well-being. This old man is overjoyed that the hero is safe and sound. Yun Yang said faintly, I will make you even happier. He stretched his arm out to grab Shui Yuehan's neck. Shui Yuehan's eyes bulged as he raised his arms to block instinctively. However, he had lost his cultivation base and was like an ordinary person. Just as he came into contact with Yun Yang's hand, his arm broke with a crack. Yun Yang's hand was already gripping his neck. Looking at Yun Yang, Shui Yuehan's gaze was suddenly filled with extreme hatred. Immortal's odium? Yun Yang smiled faintly. Mr. Shui is indeed knowledgeable. You are indeed the backbone of the Four Seasons Tower. Immortal's odium was a poison that cultivators hated and avoided the most. Once afflicted, one would become a cripple immediately. All of one's cultivation base would be destroyed, with no hope of recovery. Shui Yuehan was utterly disheartened. He said softly, "Can Lord Supreme Cloud allow me to say a few words?" Yun Yang's gaze shifted, his hand still gripping his neck as he said, "Speak." Shui Yuehan's gaze turned from fear to calmness. He sighed softly and said, "That day, after Tianxian Cliff, I've said something. If there were still people from the Nine Supremes who were still alive, the rest of us would definitely perish, let alone the others." Yun Yang asked, "Oh? Are you so sure?" Shui Yuehan smiled faintly. "Honestly, if I knew that the one who was still alive among the Nine Supremes was actually the Nine Supremes' soul, Supreme Cloud, I would have changed my name and fled to the deserted island of the borderless ocean 170,000 miles away." Yun Yang said calmly, "You should have known that the Nine Supremes wouldn't really die. You should have escaped long ago, but the reality is that you didn't." Shui Yuehan chuckled bitterly and said, "One can't rely on luck. If there's a next life, I'll remember these words and this lesson. Now, I can only hope for my next life." Yun Yang stared at him, disappointment flashing in his eyes as he said softly, "Shui Yuehan, Sir Shui, you're the first decisive person I've met in the Four Seasons Tower." Shui Yuehan chuckled humorlessly. "Thank you for the compliment. May I ask how Supreme Cloud was so sure of me? Should I not be sure of you?" Yun Yang said faintly, "If you don't move, I won't be able to catch you. Once you move, you won't be able to escape. You understand what I'm saying?" Shui Yuehan sighed softly. Cirrus House is indeed related to the Nine Supremes, and the connection runs deep. I didn't make the wrong move back then. It's a pity that I would have exposed myself when I attacked, he smiled faintly. Supreme Cloud, I hope you can be 1,000 times stronger, 10,000 times stronger, and truly annihilate the Four Seasons Tower. If there's such a time, don't forget to tell me." Yun Yang said, "I will. Go in peace." Chapter 100. A puff of green smoke rose abruptly. Shui Yuehan's gaze was trained on Yun Yang. Silently, his entire body trembled as his flesh and blood turned into nothingness. There was only a shriveled mummy left on the ground. His life, soul, flesh, and bones had condensed into a pile of decaying bones. Yun Yang sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew past and the mummified remains of Shui Yuehan turned into dust on the ground. The moment he saw Shui Yuehan, Yun Yang knew that he was destined to gain nothing this time. Because this person was simply too calm. Too calm. This was a person who did not care about life and death. When he had called out the name, Supreme Cloud, in shock, he had already known that he was doomed. From then on, his eyes had begun to glow with the intent to die. When Yun Yang had mentioned the Four Seasons Tower and ignored his excuses, Shui Yuehan had already made up his mind to say these 4 words and die with his soul dispersed. He had ended his own life so calmly, without Yun Yang having to torture him. Yun Yang had a feeling that perhaps this Shui Yuehan he had met was one of the pillars of the Four Seasons Tower in the truest sense. Before this, Zhao Binglong could not even be considered a character, Chu Tianlang was at most a peripheral character, these two could be swapped out at any time. Li Changqiu's disguise was more brilliant, but he was only a spy. He was from the Four Seasons Tower, but he was definitely not as important as Shui Yuehan. Yun Yang sighed. With a grasp of his hand, the traceless smoke in the air slowly condensed into his palm. With a wave of his sleeves, the ground was cleaned up in an instant. Then, he turned into a cloud and drifted away. He could only hope that Fu Guanxan would not die so easily. Otherwise, other than killing two people who could be confirmed to be from the Four Seasons Tower, he would gain nothing else. On the other side, Fu Guanxan did not notice anything out of the ordinary. He was already lying on the bed, snoring loudly. For someone as burly as him, the small bed he was on was obviously too small. Even though the bed was small and his legs were dangling beneath the bed, Fu Guanxan was still snoring loudly in his sleep. The application of the immortal's enmity was very convenient. One just had to scatter it on the target, and as long as the target was still breathing, it was basically impossible for the target to escape. At this moment, Fu Guanxan's cultivation was reduced to smoke without any difficulty. This time, Yun Yang did not even turn into smoke. Instead, he revealed himself and sat by the bed. Yun Yang had been there for a long time, but the man was still snoring, completely oblivious to his presence. As a martial artist, he doesn't have the slightest bit of vigilance. What an oddity. Yun Yang stroked his chin, looking at Keeper Fu as if he was a curious specimen. What I like the most are these people whose willpower has been eroded by a comfortable life. Yun Yang exclaimed. It was the middle of the night. To be more precise, it was the middle of the night. The originally silent prison cell of the Ministry of Justice suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the stillness, the impact of such a loud bang was deafening. All the guards were startled awake by the noise. Those who were sleeping soundly were startled by the sudden loud noise and fell off the bed. They stood up in a daze like headless flies, not knowing what had happened. The prison cell. Someone roared. Someone has broken into the prison. With a loud bang, everyone sprinted in that direction. In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion came from the cell that held Shui Yuehan. The cell door was smashed to pieces as a tall silhouette dashed out like lightning and smashed the cell door that held Fu Guanxan. Follow me quickly. The voice was low and urgent, obviously Shui Yuehan's. The three young masters who were in the three cells next to the cell were startled and sprung up from their beds. In spite of this, the doors of the three young masters were smashed as well. Hidden weapons that were as thick as cow's hair filled the entire narrow cell. An eerie chuckle could be heard. Little bastards, even if I don't want your lives, I'll make you suffer a little. A cloud of smoke billowed into the air. With a swoosh, the two silhouettes merged into a long dragon and flew out. With a single leap, they flew up to the 50-feet-high wall of the Board of Justice. With a stomp of their feet, they soared up like a giant bird. In the next moment, the two silhouettes disappeared into the night at the same time. Swoosh, 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 the soldiers who were just in time to intercept them were shot down from the wall like dumplings being thrown into a pot. Shui Yuehan has escaped. Shui Yuehan has broken out of the prison. He's taken Fu Guanxan with him. He's injured the guards. He's even injured the three young masters of the Chun, Xia, and Dong family. Someone come quickly, the three young masters are covered in fine needles now, they've turned into three porcupines. Almost instantly, the entire Board of Justice was shaken. A quarter of an hour later, the entire Tiantang city was shaken. How many years had it been since something like this happened? The criminal had actually put on a show of force and escaped from the Board of Justice's cell. The Board of Justice was in a state of chaos. Because, those three young masters had now truly become porcupines. Starting from their faces, to their necks, chests, abdomens, thighs, all the way to their feet, they were covered in needles that were as thin as a cow's hair. Fortunately, the needles were not poisoned, nor were they deliberately aimed at their vitals. Even the force of the needles was not strong, so these three fellows were still alive and very conscious. Obviously, Shui Yuehan's goal was to make them suffer a little and not to kill them. After all, once he had done so, he would be making an enemy out of the three noble families. In spite of this, the three noble young masters were still squealing like pigs being slaughtered, especially young master Xia Bingchuan, who was especially wretched. Pluck the needles off my face first. Ah! Pity my handsome face. Young master Dong Tianling was even more enraged. King Shui Yuehan, wait for me to get out. Just you wait. Bastard! Bastard! Your father will drag you out even if I have to flatten the residence of Crown Prince. What King bastard? I will not live under the same sky with this person. Young Master Chun Wanfeng was the calmest among the three. He allowed the Board of Justice's personnel to pluck the needles out of his face, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he shuddered. Oh my God, be gentler. Ouch. It hurts. Oh my God. You bastard, are you doing this on purpose? Can you wait until I'm done with my act before you do it? Oh my God, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Ouch! Of course, the three young masters could not stay in their cells after such a serious incident had happened. The guards of the three noble families came upon hearing the news, all of them scowling in anger. Our young masters have encountered such a serious incident in Tiantang City, there must be an explanation. Where is Shui Yuehan? Hurry up and hand it over to us. As for the Board of Justice, our young masters are giving you face this time. He's only cooperating so that you won't be able to answer for your mission. You've made it clear then, but now that such a serious incident has happened, what can you say? The three young masters were taken away by their own families. The Board of Justice's personnel could do nothing about it. They were in a terrible predicament. I'm not going back. Dong Tianling was infuriated when he heard the guards advising him to go back. He pointed at his face and said, I've been King pockmarked, do you see that? You want me to go back if I don't avenge myself? I won't go back even if you beat me to death. How can this elder brother be so humiliated? Exactly, go back? Humph. Xia Bingchuan snorted, if I don't find these two bastards and tear them into pieces, Xia Bingchuan won't go back even if I have to die here. Of course I won't go back either. Chun Wanfeng's face was bitter. I've been stabbed with more than 700 needles, more than 700 needles. You want me to go back with my tail between my legs? Huh? What are you all thinking? This is not over yet. Tell my family, tell my grandfather, my grandmother, my eldest grandfather, my third grandfather, my fifth grandfather, my sixth grandfather, my eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, sixth uncle, seventh uncle, eighth uncle, ninth uncle, 15th uncle, ask them to avenge me. Otherwise, I won't go back no matter what. I've suffered such a great loss, I can't do without an explanation. That's right, tell my father, my mother, my grandfather, my ancestors. I'm not going back, I've suffered a great loss. Me too, tell them. The 6 guards of the 3 noble families felt a headache coming on. They were truly 3 young masters. They dared to break out of the prison in the Board of Justice. The situation now was unprecedentedly perilous. If you're not careful and lose your life here, that means, our lives will be lost here with you. However, the 3 young masters had made up their minds not to go back. Everyone was enraged and the guards could only send a message to their families, asking them to send experts to support us. We can't seem to hold on any longer, we're really not confident. Come to think of it. Dong Tianling suddenly had a strange thought, we brothers are really in the same boat. A few days ago, that bastard Qiu Yunsan was almost paralyzed from the beating and is still bedridden. Now, we're all bedridden as well, our conditions are even worse than his. Come to think of it, isn't it true that we're all in the same boat? You're right. Xia Bingchuan was sympathetic as he said, I even laughed at him back then, King Hell, your father is even worse than him now, I've become pockmarked, it might not be pockmarked, they're all needles this thin. Dong Tianlong said, when we get out, let's make another bet. Whoever loses will be pockmarked forever, the needles on his face won't be allowed to be treated, scram. The Board of Justice was in deep trouble this time. Everywhere was in chaos. The people from the Board of Justice went to the Crown Prince's residence anxiously. The people there were dumbfounded. Escaped? Escaped? And, injured someone? Severely injured the three great young masters? And, the Crown Prince was dumbfounded as well. Didn't you say that you're only going in to cooperate with the investigation for a day? You'll be released tomorrow, but you're acting crazy in the middle of the night? You can come out when the sun rises, but you're causing such a huge mess in the middle of the night? What the hell are you doing? The Crown Prince felt like he was going crazy. Why can't I understand the brains of these martial artists? There are a few sentences to be said at the end of the chapter. The book, so far, seems to be all right, but I have discovered one problem of my own. It's still not built properly. To put it simply, there's still some flesh but no bones. The spirit is there, the flesh is there, but the bones are not strong enough. I'm trying to solve this problem. This is a very obvious flaw. Don't be impatient, everyone, I'll solve it. It's fortunate that I've discovered it earlier. If it were a few 100,000 words, it would be difficult to fix. Chapter 101. Check Shui Yuehan's residence. The Crown Prince was fuming. Crown Prince, there's no one in Shui Yuehan's residence. Everything inside has not been touched. He probably hasn't returned. Search everywhere. You must find him. Yes. Go to Plethora Gem Tower and see if Fu Guansan has returned. Yes. At the same time, Plethora Gem Tower was also in a state of chaos. A prison break was no small matter. The Board of Justice had taken control of Plethora Gem Tower at once and everyone was being interrogated. It was one thing for the Board of Justice and the residents of Crown Prince not to provoke the three noble families, but a mere Plethora Gem Tower, a martial world gang, dared to break out of prison? Under the circumstances where no one else could be provoked, who else could they target but you? If they really did nothing, where would the authority of the Board of Justice be? With a single order, Plethora Gem Tower was sealed and all personnel were arrested and locked up in the Board of Justice's prison. Everything had happened in a single morning. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. When old Marshal Qiu Jianhan found out about these things, it was dawn. He had been drinking a bowl of plain water, but he spat it out upon hearing the news. Not only that, he choked on the water, coughing so hard that the sun and moon seemed to dim. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough, everyone in the residence of Marshal stared at the old Marshal with their mouths agape. What was going on? They had never seen him coughing so badly in the morning. Sir Wang, who had come to report the matter, was even more bewildered. The Board of Justice's matter was not trivial, but it was not to the extent of making you lose your composure all the time. Cough, cough. The old Marshal finally stopped coughing, his face flushed red from holding it in. I knew it. Those fellows were up to no good. Shui Yuehan broke out of prison himself? Your father wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. He must have been taken away secretly. I knew that those fellows had a plan, but this is too much. Using the country's machinery to be your hired thugs? Understood. The old marshal said sanctimoniously, "It's just a few martial world people breaking out of prison. At most, someone from the residence of Crown Prince is involved. What's there to be concerned about? You actually came to tell me about such a trivial matter. Is there a need to?" The corner of Mr. Wang's mouth twitched. Such a small matter? Wasn't it that bad? You coughed so hard just now, and you think I can't tell? His mouth, however, said, "Yes, this matter really can't be put on the table. However, this matter involves the Crown Prince's manor and the myriad treasure tower in the end. Some turbulence is unavoidable. We should still be more cautious. Yes, this is a problem." Old Marshal Chiu stroked his beard and said, "Tell the Board of Punishments to let them go when it's about time. It's not a good thing to implicate them unnecessarily." The Myriad Treasure Tower was ultimately one of the top 10 organizations of the Profound Sky Continent's pugilistic world. The face that should be given still had to be preserved. What Fu Guanshan did alone, other people might not know about it, right? Mr. Wang repeatedly agreed and retreated. However, he thought to himself, old Chiu is weird. Since when did he care about the reputation of the people in the martial world? The Ministry of Justice was in chaos. The Crown Prince's residence was in chaos. The entire Tiantang city was in chaos. The three young masters were also in a state of chaos. Even Yun Yang's side was a mess. Fu Guanshan had been captured, but after he was captured, Yun Yang realized that something was amiss. Yun Yang had only used a few tricks, and this keeper Fu was already hovering between life and death, almost spilling the beans of his ancestors. "What happened to your cultivation base?" Yun Yang was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his own judgment. "Cultivated to the 5th peak." Fu Guanshan wanted to cry but had no tears. Crippled, Yun Yang twitched. "But I clearly saw you fight in Cirrus House, that's the power of the dream retrieval pill." Fu Guanshan was trembling from the pain. "When I need to fight someone, I can consume a dream retrieval pill and my previous cultivation base will return temporarily. However, it can only last for an hour. After the time limit, my body will be slightly weaker, but it's fine." Dream retrieval pill. Yun Yang had heard of this pill before. It was said that a master of alchemy had misunderstood a person and chased him for thousands of miles to cripple the person's cultivation base. However, he later realized that he had wronged a good person. Filled with remorse, he searched for spiritual medicine to the ends of the earth and finally refined the dream retrieval pill. However, this pill was only suitable for people whose cultivation base was below the 7th peak of mystical qi. Experts who had surpassed the 7th peak could only unleash the power of the 7th peak even if they consumed the dream retrieval pill when their cultivation base was crippled. This was the limit. In Tianxian continent, the dream retrieval pill had another resounding name, regret medicine. Yun Yang looked up at the sky, speechless. "If I had known that you were constantly consuming regret medicine, why would I have used the Immortal's Odium? What a waste of my Immortal's Odium. Using the precious Immortal's Odium to deal with a piece of trash. I've really set a precedent for this item to be used against the opposite party. Why did you go to Cirrus House?" I like Lady Zuyu, I want to hear the truth. This is the truth. I really like Lady Zuyu." Yun Yang was speechless. "You're still matchmaking for someone if you like her?" "I'm not being asked to do so. Amicable business brings wealth." Young Master Chiu returned empty-handed. "Of course, I have to seize the opportunity." Yun Yang really wanted to slap the fellow in front of him to death when he asked this. Fortunately, he asked another question. "Someone asked you to do this?" "Chiu Yunsan asked you? Are you qualified to be asked to do so by young Master Chiu?" "It's not Chiu Yunsan." Fu Guanshan's face was twitching from the pain. "It's Keeper Me who asked me to help young Master Chiu." How can I afford to offend Keeper Me? Although I'm not willing to be a matchmaker, Keeper Me promised me that when young Master Chiu succeeds, he'll think of a way for me to. A murderous aura rose on Yun Yang's face. He forcefully restrained himself and asked, "Who is this shopkeeper Me?" Fu Guanxan watched Yun Yang's expression carefully and said, "Keeper Me, is Mi Kongchuan." Mi Kongchuan. Yun Yang's expression changed. He had thought of all the keepers with the surname Mi in Tiantang City, but he had missed this person. The palace's inner keeper. He was in charge of the entire palace's purchasing. From a certain perspective, he was the minister of imperial household. Someone close to His Majesty the Emperor. No wonder everyone was so respectful. It was him. What a high position. While Yun Yang was enlightened, there was also a deep sense of worry. Keeper Me. No wonder he's called Keeper Me. So he's in charge of the inner keeper. From Eunuch Wu who tried to assassinate me 2 nights ago to this Keeper Me, how much has the palace been infiltrated? Yun Yang frowned. The 9th and 11th day of the first lunar month that Wu Wenyuan had told him about had not been found out. The advisor to the Crown Prince that Chu Tianlang had told him about, was the advisor to the Crown Prince referring to Shui Yuehan or someone else? As for the general, he could only confirm that Taizheng, one of the Empire of Yutong's 5 generals, was he referring to Shui Yuehan or someone else? Or perhaps, someone with a lower status? It could not be any higher because there were only 2 more people above the military. Xiao Jianhan and Leng Daoyin. Saber and sword duo, Yutong's national marshals. These 2 people could not possibly be from the 4 Seasons Tower. There were at least 2 suspicious people in the palace, Eunuch Wu and Keeper Me. Was there anyone else? Yun Yang's action this time was to get rid of Fu Guanxan and Shui Yuehan directly with the help of the authorities. What would they do next? Who was the mysterious Supreme Lord Spring Frost who had mastered such a sinister blood curse of verbal spirit? It looked like he had broken through the other party's setup in this round. But had he really done so? Would they still go after Cirrus House? Yun Yang was deep in thought, his face reflecting an elegant yet mysterious color under the dim light. Looking at this face, Fu Guanxan suddenly had a strange feeling that this face didn't seem to belong to the human world, but rather, the netherworld. As he stared at it, he actually shuddered. Young master, eunuch, son. Fu Guanxan was trembling. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? I won't dare to do it again. Yun Yang lifted his head slowly, his cold gaze staring at Fu Guanxan's face without emotion. Fu Guanxan grew increasingly afraid as he said, this lowly one is only the keeper of Plethora Gem Tower, my authority is very limited. Young master, my brother-in-law is the manager of Plethora Gem Tower here. Please have mercy. There will be repayment in the future. Yun Yang looked at him quietly with his head tilted. A few strands of hair hung down, floating on the side of his face. In the darkness, there was a sense of desolation and melancholy. Swoosh! A flash of saber light appeared abruptly. Fu Guanxan did not have the time to beg for mercy as his head fell to the ground. It was a clean cut. Yun Yang got up slowly and walked out of the door. Long after he had left the secret chamber, Fu Guanxan's headless body fell slowly to the ground behind him. His head rolled on the ground and was now facing upwards. There was no fear left on his face, only endless, indescribable doubt. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't understand why the other party didn't kill him. He had revealed his background, revealed his brother-in-law's extraordinary identity, revealed his group, and said that he would definitely be repaid. But suddenly, he had been stabbed. A single slash. Why was this so? Yun Yang went back to his bedroom. It had now become a place that Yun Yang enjoyed so much that he forgot to return. His own bedroom. However, there were too many of them here now. Wind, flame, blood, and thunder, other than supreme winds which had been destroyed by him, the rest, including his own, were all here. There were also his brother's cultivation methods. Mystical wind pearl, spark pearl, fog pearl, blood pearl, divine thunder pearl. Looking at the 5 pearls that were filled with mysterious powers, Yunyang sat down quietly and filled a goblet with wine. He smiled and said, "Brothers, do you know that our enemy is unimaginably powerful? As I investigate further, I realize that the 4 Seasons Tower's immensity is actually immeasurable. I wonder if any of you have thought of this?" Chapter 102. Yunyang's serene smile was like an active volcano that was about to erupt, completing its final preparations. It was the last moment of silence before the eruption. Actually, I really miss those simple-minded and simple-minded days. We only thought about winning and killing our enemies. We would never consider the turbulent undercurrents beneath the peaceful world. Perhaps only eldest brother, would think about it. Back then, eldest brother held my hand when he was on the verge of death and said, "OL, ninth, if you can go back alive, be an executioner outside the law." Perhaps at that time, Boss had already seen the devastation of this country, the hidden tumors and acne on its body, or perhaps eldest brother had seen the turbulence in the dark and wanted to save my life. Once Supreme Cloud's identity is exposed, he would die without a doubt. Yunyang sighed and took out his will. It was a strange feeling for a living person to read his own will. There was only one sentence in Yunyang's will: "I don't know who I am and I have nothing to worry about, so there's nothing else." Yunyang smiled, thinking that if his brothers read his will, would they laugh or cry? "I really don't know who I am." The will that belonged to Yunyang slowly turned into ashes in his hands, turning into a puff of green smoke and disappearing from this world. "Old Dugu, this is my father, help me take care of him. Let him enjoy the rest of his life and take care of him in my place." This was 7th Brother Supreme Blood's will. Other than the instructions that his brothers had, there was also this sentence about himself. Yunyang felt a throbbing pain in his heart. The token of gratitude in front of his chest was like a piece of charcoal, burning his heart painfully. 6th Brother Supreme Lightning's will: "I was chased out by my family. 8 innately awakened chakras, saying that I'm useless. I can't cultivate my family's cultivation method, my biological parents are dead, so I was chased out by eldest uncle. If I die, if any of my brothers are still alive, if there's a chance, go and burn incense for my parents. Tell them that their son went to look for them and that they died too early, causing their son to be bullied. I forgot to mention, my family is in the bound of universe, the Lei family. As for helping me vent my anger, forget about it. The Lei clan is too powerful. Anyway, I've been living my life happily. If I hadn't been chased out, I wouldn't have met you guys. If you guys really help me vent my anger and end up dying in battle, I won't recognize you guys in my next life. Live well. I, Lei Mufeng, haven't lived a wonderful life yet. Live it for me." Yunyang's gaze was fixed on the will. Supreme Wind's words seemed to play out in front of him. OL, 6 seems to be a descendant of a noble family. But what kind of family was this Lei family? How could someone with 8 innately awakened acupores be called trash? Would he even be chased out? In the entire empire of Yutong, people with 8 innately awakened chakras were rare, even if they were not the only ones. That was the gift of an unparalleled prodigy. How did he become trash in the Lei family? I only had 7 innately awakened chakras when I obtained the Golden Lotus of Fate. If 6th brother was a good-for-nothing, wouldn't I be worse than a good-for-nothing? Also, where was the bound of universe? He had never heard of such a place in the Tianxian continent. With the 9 Supremes intelligence network, it was truly inconceivable that he had never heard of such a place. The bound of universe, Yun Yang murmured, "Sixth brother, don't worry. If I'm not capable enough, I won't provoke the strong. However, if this young brother's capability reaches that level, I'll still wipe out the Lei family and help you vent your anger. As long as I'm not injured or dead, you have no reason to say that you don't know this young brother, right? Also, leave the matter of burning incense for our parents to me. Once I find out, I'll send you to reunite with your parents." Yun Yang looked at Supreme Flame's will that he had yet to open. What would fifth brother say? Thinking of Supreme Flame, of Yun Zuyu, of Yun Yang's heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. "If I die, help me take care of Zuyu." Supreme Flame's will contained a tinge of passion amidst the calmness. "Zuyu is a stubborn lady. All of you know her. Whether I live or die, she'll always be my wife. Call her sister-in-law when you see the elder, sister-in-law when you see the younger. If you don't acknowledge her identity, she'll follow me. After 8 to 10 years, when her heart has calmed down, think of a way to give her a share of family happiness. If she finds a good home, none of you are allowed to disturb her. All of the 9 Supremes vanish from her sight. Lest she recalls the past and hesitates when she sees all of you." Sigh, Yun Yang sighed. "I'm an orphan, so is Zuyu. Yun Zuyu, this name was given by her later on. My name was also randomly given by myself. It doesn't matter if I say it or not. Actually, I like the name Supreme Flame the most. If I die, I only hope that my brothers who are alive can live on. Actually, I really don't want to die. I'm still thinking if I can find my parents and ask them if they abandoned me. Or if they sold me. Or if my parents are already long dead. Can I light incense for them? What I want the most is to hold Zuyu's hand and light incense in front of my parents' graves, or to find them and call them father and mother. Whether I'm abandoned or sold, I don't hate them. I'll acknowledge them and be filial to them. I don't want to die. I have a lot of things to do. None of you can do them for me. On my chest, there are 3 traces of being burned by fire, forming the shape of a mountain. If I really die, help me find my parents. Call them father and mother for me. I've never called them since I was young. I don't know if I'll cry when I do. Also, don't blame them. In such a chaotic world, sigh." Supreme Flame's will ended with a sigh. Looking at Supreme Flame's will, Yun Yang thought of himself. Suddenly, there was a sense of desolation and loneliness, as if he was the only one in this vast world. The melancholy in his heart could not be shaken away. It was oppressive, almost suffocating. "I have a new decision now," Yun Yang said quietly. "I've taken out everything from the residence of 9 Supremes. I'm selfish. Other than us, I don't want anyone else to be called the 9 Supremes. I can't accept that. It's fine if the residence of 9 Supremes is never opened. But what if it's opened one day?" Yun Yang murmured, "So I've made this selfish decision. I hope you won't blame me. I'm only 7 innately awakened chakras now. What I can cultivate now is only everyone's first stage, as well as cloud, wind, and fire. It's already difficult to progress with these 3 cultivation methods. I might even be worse than a piece of trash." Yun Yang said quietly, "So, I need to improve my ability, so that I can unleash more power. These 2 people from the palace are too powerful. They won't be easily shaken." Yun Yang's eyes glinted coldly. "But, no matter how powerful they are, I'll make them and the 4 Seasons Tower behind them pay the heaviest price." The first stage of the endless divine art had been perfected while Yun Yang's mystical chi level had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd peak. The fog of cloud conjuration that Yun Yang was famous for had also been cultivated to the 3rd stage. Mystique wind conjuration and fiery charm had also been forcefully cultivated to the 3rd stage due to the previous battle. As for thunder crash conjuration and crimson devil conjuration, they were only cultivated to the 1st stage. However, Yun Yang had encountered a bottleneck now. It was extremely difficult to break through to the fourth stage of the cultivation method. Yun Yang, whose cultivation base had not been damaged, had cultivated fog of cloud conjuration to the pinnacle of the third stage before he was stuck there. Now that he had cultivated it again, it was still a bottleneck. Yun Yang knew that this was the limitation of his talent. Actually, it was not only the fog of cloud conjuration, but also mystique wind conjuration and fiery charm. After reaching the pinnacle of the third stage, there was no further progress. He believed that thunder crash conjuration and crimson devil conjuration would be the same. That was why Yun Yang could not wait to break through to the second stage of the endless divine art. Since he could awaken new chakras when he cultivated the first stage, there should be some benefits when he broke through to the second stage. On the same night, when Yun Yang walked out, he left in the form of a cloud. Fang Mafei and Lao Mei did not know about it. Towering Wind Pavilion. This was a very strange place. Underneath the Towering Wind Pavilion was a medium-sized casino. Although it was said to be medium-sized, it could still accommodate 400 to 500 people to play together. However, this was the most famous gambling place in Tiantang City. The Towering Wind Pavilion only had a pavilion master, a majordomo, and the rest were all stewards. In terms of manpower, it could be said to be weak. However, during the 4 years that the Towering Wind Pavilion had been established in Tiantang City, no one had dared to cause trouble for the Towering Wind Pavilion. The only exception had been the year before. Yun Yang had felt that he was short on money, the lack of silver taels needed to take care of the injured soldiers and the families of the martyrs. After weighing the pros and cons, he had finally decided to target the Towering Wind Pavilion. Actually, strictly speaking, Yun Yang had not gained the upper hand that time. Ling Yun and the pavilion master of the Towering Wind Pavilion had almost exchanged blows, but he had not gained any advantage. In the end, it was 8th Brother Supreme Wind who had come forward to suppress the matter and had even taken out 10 million silver taels from the Towering Wind Pavilion to solve the monetary crisis. After that, he had specially invited Supreme Wind for a drink to ask about the mysteries of the matter. After all, he had not handled the matter well and there were many loose ends. Even now, Yun Yang still did not know whether to laugh or cry when he recalled the incident. There was no other reason. The pavilion master of the Towering Wind Pavilion was Supreme Wind's incarnation. It was all thanks to this fellow. First, he had fought with Yun Yang with a red face and then, after solving the problem on his own, he had shamelessly asked Yun Yang to treat him to a drink. He had done the bad guy, but he had also done the good guy. He had even lectured Yun Yang. The pavilion master of the Towering Wind Pavilion can give some compensation during the mediation after the incident, but you can never admit defeat after the incident. Otherwise, how can the Towering Wind Pavilion's unshakable reputation be maintained? Do you understand? Do you admit defeat? What could he say? What did he dare to say? Supreme Wind was really good at putting on an act. Chapter 103. Really? The mask Yun Yang was wearing now was the Towering Wind Pavilion Master's mask. After thinking for a long time, he smacked his lips. This Towering Wind Pavilion Master is really shameless. Dressed in green and wearing a unique mask, Yun Yang entered the Towering Wind Pavilion. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master is here. Along the way, stewards came up to greet him. Yun Yang only snorted and continued walking. A figure flashed in front of him, and a young man in white clothes appeared. He was tall and handsome, and his face was gentle and refined. However, his voice was indescribably hoarse, as if his throat had been seriously injured and he couldn't speak. Pavilion Master, you finally appeared. The young man in white said. This was Supreme Wind's Towering Wind Pavilion's top general. Young Master Wuyin, Shui Wuyin. Yun Yang was very interested in this person and had even seen him as a thorn in his side. This was because this person was meticulous, he could be considered a top-notch character. However, there was only one thought in his mind now. What should I do about this Shui Wuyin? Eighth brother is gone, should I tell him? This person is a talent, it would be a pity to let him go, but how can I let him stay? Do I have to continue deceiving him using eighth brother's identity? Wuyin, how's the profit during this period? Yun Yang sat down on the pavilion master's seat, his voice indifferent. It's all right. A graceful smile hung on Shui Wuyin's face. However, pavilion master hasn't shown up for such a long time. This subordinate was extremely worried. I almost ran away with the money. Yun Yang smiled. You don't care about this bit of money. Shui Wuyin chuckled hoarsely and said, will pavilion master be staying for some time this time? Yun Yang frowned and asked, is there anything? Nothing, but I might have to make a trip home during this period of time. Shui Wuyin said, pavilion master wasn't around previously, this young brother dared not leave rashly. Now that pavilion master is back, this young brother will have to go back to handle those matters. Towering Wind Pavilion can close down when you return. You can reopen when you come back. Yun Yang said indifferently, how much profit have we made during this period of time? How much trouble? Shui Wuyin said, a year and a half's profit is almost 200 million silver taels. This is the net profit. 200 million taels. Yun Yang said, send it to the bank later and convert it into banknotes. 500 and 1,000 taels in total. All right. Shui Wuyin said, as for the trouble, that big sarcoma has been causing trouble for us almost every day at the Lu within Lu Casino opposite us. During this period of time, pavilion master hasn't been around, so he's been suppressing a lot of things. Yun Yang frowned, a sharp glint in his eyes. He still dares to come? He hasn't been here for some time. I heard that 40 to 50 of his men were killed. Shui Wuyin said with some schadenfreude. Now that Tiantang City is heavily guarded and the laws are even stricter, it's hard for this fellow to maintain his prostitution business. In addition to that, the last time you punished him to the point of almost hanging himself, he only has 10 to 20% of his original wealth left. His days are getting harder and harder, so he hasn't been here for the past 2 to 3 months. Yun Yang nodded faintly. Go get the banknotes first. I'll go to the tower within the tower later tonight. We can't just let him come to us and we don't go to him. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Shui Wuyin chuckled. I've been waiting for Pavilion Master to say this for a long time. Shall I accompany Pavilion Master tonight? What are you going to do? Go get the banknotes for me now. Yun Yang gave him a sideways glance. I can go alone. Wouldn't it be too much of a bully if both of us went? Shui Wuyin chuckled hoarsely, but deep down, he had a strange feeling that something was amiss. The pavilion master before him was flawless, be it his physique, speech, tone, aura, gaze, movement, or habits. He was no different from how he had been in the past. However, Shui Wuyin still found it odd, because the person before him did not give him the sense of intimacy that was imprinted in his bones. There was always a sense of alienation and estrangement. Boss, do you still remember my injury? Shui Wuyin asked abruptly. Your injury is not a problem. There will be a solution very soon. Yun Yang said, don't worry. I'll be able to heal you within 3 months when you come back this time. Thank you for your concern, boss. The feeling in Shui Wuyin's heart could not be dispelled, but he did not speak anymore. On the same night, Yun Yang charged straight into the tower within the tower and swept the place up and down. He had long heard that this tower within the tower had set up gambling scams and enticed them to lend money. Once there was no money to be earned, they would force women into prostitution. In the past, he still needed this tower to fight against the towering wind pavilion openly. Now that he had the excuse of absorbing the air of injustice and punishing evil, Yun Yang no longer planned to let this tower within the tower exist any longer. In just a few moves, he had subdued the big boss of Lu Wailu Tower, Luda, who had a big tumor on his head. With a few tricks, he had forced this guy to hand over the remaining 10 to 20% of his wealth, which could still be considered a huge amount. Then, he had this guy gather his core forces in the secret room. After making sure that there were no omissions, Yun Yang began his killing spree amidst the horrified gazes. The fresh blood of 30 to 40 people dyed the secret chamber crimson. Waves of air of injustice were kindly accepted by Emmy. When Yun Yang dusted his hands and walked out of the secret chamber, he watched as the underground chamber's door slowly closed. He channeled his cultivation to collapse the entrance above, burying the secret chamber underground. "I'll let all of you be buried underground then." Yun Yang snorted. All sorts of treasures and wealth had been collected into 10 sacks. When Shui Wuyin came to help, his eyes were wide open. "Boss, did you rob the tower within the tower?" Shui Wuyin was stuttering. "No," replied Yun Yang. Shui Wuyin was bewildered. Yun Yang said faintly, "From now on, there will be no more tower within the tower in this world." Shui Wuyin was speechless. "Boss, I thought you were only looking for trouble. Who would have thought that you'd annihilate them directly? We won't have a fixed source of income in the future." Shui Wuyin still felt that it was a pity. "Initially, boss, whenever you feel that you're short of money, you'll go and extort them, but now," Yun Yang sighed, "the problem is that we're short of money now. We have to act according to the situation." "What a strong reason, I actually have nothing to say." Shui Wuyin was utterly speechless. At the end of the day, Yun Yang and Supreme Wind's personalities were quite different. Supreme Wind was cynical and could allow the existence of the dark side of the world, but these could become his tools. Yun Yang, on the other hand, abhorred evil and had always pursued the principle of eradicating evil. Once the evil deeds were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Moreover, his methods were extremely ruthless and clean. It was not entirely because the lotus of endless fate required the air of injustice. Both of their personalities had their flaws. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Getting himself a carriage, Yun Yang said, "I'll take the things away. Whenever you're going home, just close the door and leave. There's no need to inform me." Whatever he said now was unnecessary. He could only look for opportunities in the future. Looking at Yun Yang's departing silhouette, Shui Wuyin's gaze changed for a long time. He did not chase after him, only sitting down weakly. He did not speak for a long, long time. Ever since the arrival of the towering wind pavilion's master, every single detail slowly slid through his heart. Finally, a terrifying conclusion appeared in his mind. He felt that both his legs were numb, and his head was buzzing. His head was dizzy, it was an indescribable fear. "You're a fake." He looked at the empty street, and these words finally came out from his throat. "I'm not leaving during this period of time." Shui Wuyin murmured, "I want to find out who you are. Why did you impersonate my boss? How did you know so much about us? How did you manage to impersonate boss so well? How did you manage to fool me? If you're sent by my boss, don't mention anything. However, if you've murdered my boss and attempted to take over his possessions, I, Shui Wuyin, will not rest until you're dead." Yun Yang had felt Shui Wuyin's abnormality and knew that the latter was suspicious of him. However, he had no choice but to leave now. He had no time to explain the whole story. Because, at this moment, the space of the divine sense had already started to turn upside down. The air of injustice from the 30 to 40 people he had just killed was beginning to take effect on Emmy. The effect was unprecedentedly huge. According to Yun Yang's estimation, at least, Emmy had enough energy to advance. The carriage arrived at a secluded corner in the dead of the night. Lao Mei and Fang Mafei appeared from the dark and began to deal with the matter. Yun Yang, on the other hand, had gone home in a flash. He did not even have the time to say anything before he went to bed. Miao, the 3 eclipse panthers that had been successfully modified by Yun Yang to Miao, as well as the lightning cat, scurried over with a swoosh. Their 8 beady eyes were sparkling, obviously having caught a whiff of the restless vitality. Just as Yun Yang's deific consciousness entered his deific consciousness space, he was shocked. Although he had already expected that Emmy's extermination would greatly increase its reserves, he did not expect the entire space to be filled with a green gas that was almost completely solidified. Faced with such an abundance of life force, Yun Yang felt as if he was ascending to immortality. Seeing him enter, Emmy waved its tendrils excitedly, like a child showing off its new toy. Come and see, Yun Yang focused his gaze and saw that the second leaf on Emmy's body was slowly unfurling as well. Its emerald green color was almost transparent. Rays of rainbow radiance flowed slowly from the lotus leaf, constantly changing its position. Emmy's tendrils had increased to 4, waving about continuously. A mysterious and inexplicable will wormed its way into Yun Yang's mind. Watching the withering of 100 men, eradicating injustice in the secular world, using evil to counter evil, heaven's will is complete, the double leaves of the golden lotus of creation are formed. Endless Divine Art, Level 2, Breakthrough. Chapter 104. At the same time, Yun Yang felt a sharp pain in between his brows, followed by an intense itch. Then, it was as if something had exploded between his brows. In that instant it was as if countless streams of energy had dispersed from the spot, spreading to his limbs and bones. Instantly, his bones seemed to have lightened. Streams of black blood flowed out of the pores all over his body, awakening the sense acupoint. The benefits of the endless divine arts breakthrough were within Yun Yang's expectations, but when he truly felt the awakening of his sense acupoint, he still felt a tingling thrill as if he had been struck by lightning. Innately awakened 8 chakras. This was a rare talent in the entire Tianxian continent. However, thinking of how his 6th brother Supreme Thunder had been chased out because of his 8 chakras awakening, Yun Yang spat. The bound of universe. Is it really that impressive? As the abundant life force rushed into his meridians, it rushed into his dantian. Then, after circling around for a while, it immediately surged out. Like a hot knife through butter, it broke through the barrier of the 3rd peak of Xian Qi without any hindrance and rushed into the realm of the 4th peak. Within his meridians, it continued to surge violently, advancing triumphantly. Seeing this, Yun Yang withdrew it with all his might. He would rather waste this energy in order to stop the advancement of his cultivation base. He could clearly feel that the mystical Chi's flow on the path of the 4th heaven had not weakened at all. Instead, it was growing stronger. If he did not stop it, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the 5th peak with the help of this energy. It was even a matter of course. However, Yun Yang did not want to break through to the 5th peak so soon. One mountain, one heaven. This was a description of how difficult it was to fully unleash one's cultivation base, but it was also a metaphor for the importance of one's cultivation base. He had just climbed to the 4th peak and stepped into this brand new territory. He had yet to experience the scenery beyond the mountain. If he were to break through to the 5th peak now, even if his ability would increase tenfold, it would forever leave a flaw in his martial cultivation that he had never experienced the 4th peak. Entering the realm of the 4th peak was only one aspect. Experiencing the scenery of the 4th heaven was the most important. If he did not experience it, it would only be detrimental to his future path of cultivation. Only the strong would take it. Although Yun Yang urgently needed to improve his capability, he would not joke around with his future. Yun-yang, who had forcefully suppressed his surging internal energy, shifted his focus to the second lotus leaf. He stared at it with wide eyes, wondering if this leaf could fall as well and turn into a rare treasure like the divine edge. However, the lotus leaf did not fall even when his eyes were weary from staring at it. Emmy's vines danced and twined around Yun-yang, acting coquettishly. It was obvious that Emmy was very happy. He seemed to be so happy that he couldn't even speak coherently. Yun-yang's heart melted at the sight of her infatuation. In spite of this, Yun-yang still had a terrible premonition in his heart. The endless divine art and the lotus of endless fate were not to be underestimated. The first advancement had killed 10 people, but the second advancement would probably require 100 deaths. During this period of time, he had killed more than 120 scum. Especially tonight, he had killed nearly 40 of them in one go. It was also after this that the lotus of endless fate showed signs of advancement. The endless divine art had also advanced to the second beginner stage because of this. 10, 100, didn't that mean that the next time he leveled up, he would have to kill 1,000 people? Would the fourth stage not require 10,000? 100,000 for the fifth stage? The sixth stage, when the lotus of endless fate grew to its peak, would it not require the killing of billions of people? But how can there be so many wicked people in this world? Yun-yang looked at Emmy, feeling rather helpless. Little fellow, do you really need so much air of injustice? I already feel hopeless now. Emmy only whimpered as it coiled around Yun-yang. This is exactly why it's so difficult to complete the evolution. Hopeless is a nice way to put it. It should be hopeless. Yun-yang heaved a long sigh. Feeling the overflowing mystical qi in his body that was on the verge of bursting, Yun-yang could not help but feel that he was omnipotent and everything was within his grasp. The benefits of the advancement of the endless divine art did not stop at the growth of Yun-yang's cultivation base. Following the advancement of the endless divine art, the fiery charm, mystique wind conjuration, and fog of cloud conjuration had also sped up. If Yun-yang had not forcefully suppressed the advancement of his mystical qi, he would have long since broken through the fifth peak and reached the sixth peak. By then, the mystique wind conjuration and others would probably have soared to no lower than the fifth stage. Even when such a wonderful benefit was in sight, Yun-yang gave it up decisively after some thought. Towering buildings are built from the ground, towering trees take root first. The foundation is the most important. Saber Truth, Destiny Blade was restless once again following the breakthrough of the second stage of the endless divine art. To Yun-yang, however, he could only look at the benefits. Up until now, he had yet to fully comprehend the first form of Saber Truth, Destiny Blade. The profoundness of this Saber Truth had surprised Yun-yang, but the more he cultivated it, the more he felt that it was unfathomable, as if there was no end to it. At least, to the current Yun-yang, he was far from being able to comprehend it completely. Therefore, even when the second form fell into his hands, he had to temporarily seal it away. The most important thing now is still the traitor. Yun-yang snorted in his heart. Just as he was about to stand up, he was suddenly stunned. Countless white fur fluttered on his body. Looking around him, there seemed to be a few more piles of them. What's going on? Yun-yang almost suspected that he had grown fur like this on his body. Turning around, he saw 4 naked and red little critters buried in the white fur, curled up into a ball and sleeping soundly. Yun-yang could not help being stunned, but he quickly came to a realization. It seemed that Emmy's advancement and the endless divine arts breakthrough had not only benefited him, but the little critters that were leaning on him had also benefited greatly. They had shed their fur en masse, and looking at the piles of them, it seemed that they had shed their fur more than once. Yun-yang could not help but look forward to it. The first to leap up with a meow was the leader of the Eclipse Panthers, Big Whitey. Yun Yang's naming of the 4 eclipse panthers and the lightning cat was very unique. Since the one he had sent out was called Big Whitey, the remaining ones were Whitey 2, Whitey 3, Whitey 4, and finally, the lightning cat, which was naturally Whitey 5. Young Master Yun's naming sense was unique and out of everyone's expectations. Speaking of which, his standard was quite high. Big Whitey, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened its misty eyes and looked at its own body. It stuck out its tongue and licked its body, tilting its head in confusion. Yun Yang almost burst out laughing at its naive behavior. The little critter jumped out and shook its body, the white fur that had stuck to it falling off. Its red body looked like it had been boiled in a pot, there was not a single strand of fur on it, making it look hideous. Meow. Big Whitey looked at its naked body, feeling wronged. It lifted its head to look at Yun Yang and meowed again, its eyes misty. What it meant was, meow, so ugly, are you stupid? This fur, won't it grow out in a few days? Yun Yang was exasperated. What level are you now? Big Whitey kept licking its body with its tongue, busying itself with the task. There was a white mist rising from its body. After a while, the white mist dissipated. Yun Yang was surprised to find that Big Whitey's fur had grown out again and was even smoother than before. Big White wagged its tail and stood up. It proudly shook its body and snorted twice. Then, it walked out of the window with graceful cat-like steps. Before it left, it actually rolled its eyes at Yun Yang in disdain. Yun Yang scratched his head. This fellow can't be 6th level already, can it? Yun Yang could not understand the little critter's shocking improvement. How much had he improved? Besides, why did its size not change at all after it had increased its level? It was still so small and dainty. This did not make sense. After a while, Whitey 2, Whitey 3, and Whitey 4 woke up as well. Each of them had experienced a similar process as Big Whitey, but after a while, the 3 little white fur balls were rolling around on the ground happily. Moreover, it was obvious that the mental state of these eclipse panthers, as well as the aura they occasionally exuded, were completely different from before. They were worlds apart. It was obvious that these little critters had benefited tremendously. However, Yun Yang could not tell how great the benefits were with his own eyes. The only thing he could be sure of was that their bodies had not grown bigger. This was not bad. Only the lightning cat, Whitey 5, was still lying there motionlessly. Although Whitey 5 had been hanging out with Whitey 2, Whitey 3, and Whitey 4, it was still a lightning cat. Its origins had determined that its behavior was different from the other Whiteys. Yun Yang could see with his naked eye that new fur was growing on the lightning cat's body continuously. It fell off quickly and then grew again. The 3 eclipse panthers watched the lightning cat happily but did not disturb it. Perhaps, they knew better than Yun Yang the lightning cat's current condition. Finally, after the 8th shedding, the lightning cat finally stood up. Its white fur was soft and silky, but its body was now 5 to 6 times bigger than before. From the looks of it, this white cat weighed at least 10 catties, perhaps it should be called a big cat. However, it still looked cute and adorable. Meow, the lightning cat meowed lazily. Yun Yang finally heard the difference. The eclipse panther meowed lazily. The lightning cat meowed, but the difference was that there was a soft trill at the end. However, this lightning cat's current size was more than 4 to 5 times bigger than the eclipse panthers. Now, with the 3 eclipse panthers and the lightning cat together, it was more like a big cat bringing along 3 newly born kittens. Yun Yang's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The cat had grown bigger, but the panther was still so small. Yun Yang felt that he could go out and brag to someone and make a bet. Do you believe that my cat is 4 to 5 times bigger than a panther? You don't? Let's make a bet. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.